Okay.
Welcome to the International Online Conference of UNESCO GNLC Cluster on Citizenship Education. And I'm Yeonsu, a team leader in the Department of Lifelong Learning of Yeonsu. I'm a general moderator for this conference. Will be unmuted before their presentation after joining Zoom. Please change your name. Please post them in Q&A section on Zoom. Moderators will collect them for discussion. If you have any comments to share, please post them in the chat. And click the language for translation. You may have find an Earth-like icon on the menu. Please click it, and you can tune into an English, Korean, and Greek channel. Today, we'll proceed with Session 3, Cluster Planning Session, and Youth Forum. Now, we start off the conference. So let me introduce Mr. Georgi Klaudridis.
Congratulations for pronouncing my name correctly. Greeks don't even manage to come close to it, so it's a great thing that you did so nicely. So welcome everyone, have a nice day today. What a wonderful time we are living in. Everybody is at home or in the office. Still we are managing to come together in this virtual world and discuss about important issues like citizenship education. I went through the program, and I have to say that I am very lucky because I have the most charming panel of all the other panels that I have followed so far, and which is also constituted of wonderful ladies and men from all over the world. I will just would like to state that the panelists will have 15 to 20 minutes, the keynote speakers, will have 15 to 20 minutes to present their ideas. Then each city, and we have 3 cities for presentations from Korea, from Egypt, from Iran, will have 10 minutes at their disposal. And then, of course, UNESCO will have also 10 minutes to present their work, their field work in global citizenship education. In the meantime, you can type your Q&A questions, your questions in the Q&A section, like we did yesterday, and it was very successful. And let's start. Let's begin. Hi Ted, I saw you. I see many wonderful people here. Let's start with a friend from Italy, a neighbor, Miss Cecilia Barbieri, who is from Italy, but she has been around the world for many years of her life. She's for the time being the chief of section of global citizenship and peace education, and she's holding this office since 2017. Before that, she was working also with UNESCO in the area of education, of course, in Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course she has worked in Africa, in Asia. I wonder why she hasn't worked in Greece yet, because she has been all over the world, but she has never come to Greece and work so far. But this is a good opportunity to discuss with her, to listen first of all to her ideas and her work, and then we will ask questions if we have any to Ms. Barbieri through the Q&A, as I said before. So, Ms. Barbieri, you have the microphone, the video, and not the floor, because there's no floor in this condition. So you have everything else to start, and we will be very happy to listen to your presentation. Please make sure that you share your screen. Okay, thank you. Or you present your slides in another way.
Good. Thank you very much, George. Can you hear me? Yes, good. Thank you very much. And well, I hope I will soon be coming to Greece as well, perhaps working with you over there, looking at all the interesting things that you're doing. So, well, thank you very much. And I would like to greet all the distinguished panelists, the participants, all the colleagues, and thank you really very much for having me joining you this morning for the opening of this second day. Yesterday I followed some of the section, and I think I really found very educative, I would say, very enriching listening to all these diverse experiences that you had, the cities had in identifying strategies and opportunities in how you implement citizenship education at the local level. I think that we have been living through a crisis that certainly has seen inequalities being further exacerbated, and this certainly is jeopardizing even more the efforts that we put in place, to ensure the future we want. And that according to UNESCO, I'm sure all of you working in the education system, at the height of the pandemic, school and university and many other education institutions were closed in at least 190 countries, right? So this disrupted the education of 1.6 billion students, with not only millions of young people unable to continue learning, and adults as well, but also with a big risk, estimated at about 24 million children and youth that are at risk of dropping out of school due to this to the pandemic and the economic impact that it is having. So I think this recent crisis really has highlighted the critical role of education in two areas in particular. One is how to provide safe haven for students, and especially the most marginalized ones, learners in general. I think yesterday we heard quite a lot about that. And the second point is how our education can really adequately inform young people and preparing them to become engaged and resilient global citizens. At the same time, I think despite these big challenges, this current crisis, global crisis, I think provides an opportunity to reshape the new reality, right? With the full participation of young people, which is really, I think, one of the key topics of today, starting from the reimagining of the education system. We know the decisions and actions taken now will certainly have long-term consequences for education and for sustainable development. And I was reading actually with a lot of interest the survey that was undertaken and that my colleague Raul presented yesterday. I think the findings are really interesting. And in particularly, I was noticing that children are considered the number one target group of citizenship education at city level, and with youth, adults and youth coming shortly after. So I think children and youth really are the main group that you are addressing when it comes to this exercise of citizenship. So since today we start our discussion, right, under this overall theme of citizenship education and the digital age, and we'll continue looking at the issue of youth, democracy and participation. I just want to make a few comments and give a few messages and talk about a recent initiative that we have that I would like to share with you. And I think the day will really look at the power, right, of young people. And I think the energy, the hope, the resourcefulness and intelligence among young people that we have seen also in this period, I think really make them at the forefront of this big seismic change that we want to create. And I think their creative and bold and brave actions allow me, being Italian, to say that they are very well captured by the words of Leonardo da Vinci. Last year it was the 500th anniversary of the death of Leonardo da Vinci. And Leonardo da Vinci said that it had long since come to my attention that people of accomplishment rarely sat back and let things happen to them. They went out and happened to things. And I think this is really what we are witnessing today with the younger generation, right? The youth that are going out and things happen. And we have really seen that all around the world. And I think that their ideas and action really will mature and develop into futures we hope that are much more inclusive and egalitarian and sustainable. And why this matter? Actually, during the recent commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, perhaps some of you have seen the document that came out of that. It was highlighted that literally, I quote, for too long, the voices of youth have been sidelined in discussions about their future, and this has to change now through meaningful engagement with youth. And this is also the recommendation from the International Commission on Futures of Education as part of its report, Education in a Post-COVID World, 9 Ideas for Public Actions, that was released some months back, that highlights the need to promote student, youth, and children's participation and rights, and prioritize the participation of students, young people broadly in the co-construction of desirable change. This is, as you know, this is an international commission that is preparing this report for UNESCO on futures of education that will be released next year. Now, according to the 2019 WISE Education Barometer that surveyed about 9,500 young adults in 20 countries across region, from Middle East to Africa to Europe to the Americas, 85% of young people surveyed expressed concern about global challenges affecting their future and feel responsible for addressing them. However, less than half of these young adults feel empowered to understand the big societal issues, that was the 48% of them, and to take action and find solutions to these big challenges, to these big problems, about 43% of that. And that's why we go back to the essential element of the right to participation. We need to remember that Article 12 of the UNCRC establishes the right of every child to have a say in matters which affect them, whether in or out of school, as well as to be involved in decisions that affect them. And I can see actually that, listening to the intervention of the various cities, I really have to acknowledge that the important attention that is placed is growing. And the right to UNESCO Global Citizenship Education, which aims, as we know and as we heard, to be transformative and empower learners to become champions for just, for peaceful, for democratic society. So learning about and practicing participation and civic engagement is clearly not only about theoretical knowledge of global citizenship, but also about learning the values, the skills, the attitudes, the behaviors, and the critical understanding that prepare young people for life as active citizens. As UNESCO, we do that through promoting really holistic learning strategies, pedagogies, and approaches that are based on the 3 domains of learning: cognitive, social, emotional, and behavioral, equally important. Now, coming to what we have been doing recently, which I really would like to share with you. We have been conducting, together with a partner agency, which is UNODC, a series of dialogues in the last few months with policymakers and youth to hear what they want from the education system in the post-COVID-19 future, and in particular, to hear how their voices can be heard and empowered to take action in favor of fairer societies. So far, we had 2 of this dialogue, one in Central America and one in South Asia, and there will be Europe and the Arab states are coming. And this is part of a partnership that we have with UNODC to educate children and youth about their rights, to make sound ethical judgments and empower them to really promote a just society through education for democracy and rule. And UNESCO will be releasing next week the preliminary findings of a research study conducted with the Council of Europe and the University of Roehampton, and I can see that Professor Brioni Hoskins will be with you all today. She's very much part of this initiative. And this is a research on the impact of the pandemic on student voice and civic participation. And this is a survey that builds on an overall survey with about 1,000 teachers across European and Arab states countries, as well as case studies on schools in 8 countries involving students and teachers. And namely, these are France, Greece, by the way, Greece is there, Jordan, Lebanon, Portugal, Romania, Tunisia, and the United Kingdom. And of course, while we cannot release the findings yet, but what is clear from the survey is that as a result of the pandemic and of school closure, the vast majority of young people regardless of whether they lived in Europe or in the Arab region, lost out on opportunities to have their voice heard and learn the competencies to be able to assert their rights. So I also would like to encourage you to join this UNESCO and Council of Europe conference, which will discuss the result of this new research study. And another key and related item for the discussion at this forthcoming event will be how the digital revolution has deeply transformed individual and social relations, information, the communication that we have, learning and understanding, as well as civic participation, interaction between young people, teachers, governments, and educational institutions. So the prevalence of youth using digital tools to engage in participatory politics contrast with declining trust and interest in institutional politics. And this is another area that UNESCO is increasingly working on, to look at how digital citizenship education can contribute to raising the awareness of young people of the rights and duties online, including the ethical dimension. So in order to promote a more responsible conduct and prevent hate speech that we have seen, and let's not forget that this crisis has really led to a spike in fake news, disinformation, intolerance, a mistrust in science, xenophobia, and all these actually risk leaving a long-lasting effect on young people, already declining trust in institutions. So just to conclude, what we believe as UNESCO, this is really the time to be creative, to be bold, to be visionary, and I really appreciate to see that there will be a lot of young people participating in the discussion today. And I think we really have an opportunity to repurpose education for the future that and ensure it contributes really to the global common good. And this means providing learners with the skills for work, life, and living together. So we really need to release the full potential of the work and of what we consider global citizenship education. So I look forward to hearing the many inspiring ideas that will come from the discussion today. I really wish you a very productive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecilia, very much. Thank you for all this wonderful, storming information, to be honest. I hope that I will be able to find more of these things that we have just mentioned online, so I have more time to reflect on them. Thank you very much. And we are now going to our first keynote speaker. She has a wonderful first name. Her name is Divina Frau Meigs. Divina comes from divine, I think, right? I mean, if it comes from, it's a wonderful name. It's not coming from divine. Well, to my mind, it came from divine, because when I Googled your name to find out information about you, there was divine information about you everywhere around the web. So this must be it. She comes from the world of information. She comes from the world of information. She comes from the University of Sorbonne in France. And she has done a very good work, I think, on clarifying issues that relate with fake news, with the role of media in distributing information that are not always reliable and valid. And she's also had done a lot of work with young people practices and media literacy. If I start describing what I have found online for Ms. Frau Meigs, it will take us the whole session. So with no further notes from me, I will invite Ms. Professor Divine Frau Meigs to start her keynote speech. She has 15 minutes and we will be very attentive to her ideas.
Thank you, Dr. Koumoudzidis, and thank you, Cecilia Barberi, for setting the stage. I'm going to share my PowerPoint with you so that I can actually be faster and share images at the same time as ideas. And I will be speaking from a perspective of a UNESCO chair that I hold, which is called Savoir Devenir, which means knowing how to project yourself in the online world. which is part of the UNESCO Male Alliance. But also from the perspective of the Council of Europe, for which I have been conducting a program for the last 4 years on digital citizenship education, and we have produced a handbook that encompasses the 3 dimensions that were mentioned by Mrs. Barbieri, which is to say being online, well-being online, and the rights online, in which we put actually active participation, but also consumption awareness among young people. So I'm going to go very fast, unfortunately, on the challenges at the moment for young people, but also for adults, and we are very much in the same situation, and we certainly need their perspective, and then try to see how we can help each other and help them. But my point is going to be, to help the young people, you also need to help the teachers and the parents, so that they can feel comfortable in how they address young people and help them navigate in this relatively complex world that we have created for them. One of the complexities, of course, you have it, of course, it's COVID, it's all the fearful emotions that are being sent around by COVID, and the research we've done in Tunisia shows that emotionally young people have been very fearful for their community about what was happening due to COVID, not just for themselves. And of course, disinformation has several impacts and effects that we're starting to evaluate, and one of them, of course, is that it can fuel conflict in democracies and even in countries that are not democracies. It can create polarization, which is to say very difficult dialogue across ideas and across perspectives and across emotions. And the emotions that are rattled by disinformation are anger and fear. Anger makes you become more violent, and fear makes you become more fearful, which is to say that you end up not behaving and making decisions in a calm way. And disinformation is also manipulation, and manipulation in particular of the image of young people and of major issues for young people like the environment. And I'm choosing here fake news on Greta Thunberg, for instance. So young people are victims also. So how to go about it? Once you've said, you've put the diagnostic there and done a bit of research, you try to take action. And what we did, and one of the examples I want to showcase for you, is that we teamed up with other partners, like journalists, we being my NGO, Savoir Devenir, with a set of other universities in Sweden, Spain, Romania, this is all of Europe, to provide a tool, which is a verification tool, that is used for journalists, and make it user-friendly for teachers and for communicators and moderators at large. As we did that, and this is what the tool does, it gives you several strategies like similarity search, forensic search in case images have been tampered with, etc. And you get to spot a fake, which is a way of telling young people, you don't have to just be on the victim side. You can also take action, and when you have a gut feeling that something is fake, you can check it, and you'll see that we want to go further away on that. And for teachers, what we realized is that they were very resilient to adopting the tool that was for them too much professional tool. And so that's the first lesson is, yes, there are plenty of tools out there, but teachers need pedagogical scenarios, they need tutorials in order to embrace the tool and insert it into the larger meaningful point of their class. And that's what I would say media and information literacy is about within digital citizenship education. It's about dialoguing with tools that are becoming smarter and smarter, mimicking cognitive processes, and making them available to teachers without extra long training, which is what we need now, a sort of rapid response mechanism, trusting teachers in a second time to incorporate it in a larger way in their own way of processing with the class, dealing with the young people. And as a result of all this collaboration, we've changed the tool actually to make it more male-friendly, media and information literacy friendly. Now we have a whole database of known fakes and debunks with the user guide, and teachers were asking for that. We want examples, a lot of them. We can't do the work ourselves. They get a chatbot, an assistant, entries into understanding the deep fake world that fascinates young people but is very hard to explain. And we are hoping to get an app, but that's for the future. But definitely young people require it on the mobiles, because that's where young people get their information more and more mobile. So we have to go where they are instead of hoping that they'll come to us. So we have to be careful. And also to motivate young people, what we found is that just giving the course was not enough. And that in fact, so we ended up creating a game, and this is a strategy we use all the time in media and information literacy, and particularly at Savoir Devenir. We create serious games that are going to give missions and challenges to young people and introduce them to the tool via missions. And because in fact what they like is to become ambassadors or to become detectors or to become active and to be made feel that they are proactive even in their learning process. And this is where serious games and gamification can be very interesting. And it's on a second step only that we bring in the concepts, we bring in the competences, we put words on their experience, but their experience with the tool and with the disinformation problem comes first. And then little by little, we tell them, yeah, you see, it works like your brain. Your brain also retrieves data. Your brain also makes comparisons and does similarity search. Your brain also goes from search engine to search engine to make sure that things are verified. So retrieval, search, comparison, filtering, these are all brain functioning. So you have it in you. It's not just a tool. You just have to become more and more aware of your own competences and put words on it, which for me is one of the key things not to feel disempowered, is to put words on the experience, on the feelings, and on the moves and the actions, because then you can talk with others and you can spread it, and you can use young people to spread it to the adults around them and train adults around them who are not likely to come to school or benefit from school time. And as a result, we've ended up, and we're still working on it, and we'd like everybody's help on that. We're developing digital visual literacy competences within this whole digital citizenship education. I think the focus for all of us, the emergency for all of us, is visual, because young people, 70% of their activities are dealing with images, and they get a lot of their knowledge and their information online via YouTube and other systems and platforms of this kind that are heavily visual, and as a result also very prone to disinformation. And so we have to be very careful, especially in terms of knowledge and integrity of information, because we know it contributes to the integrity of democracy. So here are some of the visual competences that we are now breaking down into very actionable elements that can be taught, each of them separately, debunking, making choices, types of images, types of verification tools, because now they exist, and so it's important to know what they do, etc. And communicating with others and debunking, because what we want is not just verification, it's empowering young people to refute, to create a counter narrative and send it back out there, because that's really what reassures the most, the capacity to be active and not just sit back. So this is what we do, and we create what we call information resilience, helping them to build their own smart information management, set the filters, observe what is factual and manipulative, consider who sends, don't share or share with care, and of course, keep your head cold in those days of emotion and fear. It's very important. And as a result, we've also ended up training teachers and educators to use that. And we created an e-learning tool during the confinement, a MOOC that was about understanding disinformation, manipulating verification, and creating refutations and counter narratives. And because we think these are the three actions, we call it AIR: analyze, interpret, react. AIR. As if you see the results in terms of knowledge are beyond average. And here is the average. Here's where everybody was. In terms of the objectives about disinformation, about tools, and about refutation and media and information literacy, a lot of people are happy in major part. In terms of the themes and how to create disinformation, the stakes, the actors, refutation, you see that there's a lot of interest, and there's also interest in learning more. So, which is a telltale that people actually like the experience online and this e-learning experience. And for us, it's a way of massifying, of sharing this kind of training to as many people as we can, and reduce the gaps, of course, across some countries and across teachers within the same country. And as a result, and I'm finishing here, we ended up producing a lot of resources because teachers are resource hungry. They want to know that resources are good, are validated, are supported by others. And so we have here this AIR idea: analyze, interpret, react. This is in 7 languages. I've just put the French. Play Your Role is a toolkit for fighting hate speech. And it's been based and done with young people also on serious games that they created. The Digital Citizenship Education Handbook of the Council of Europe is being tested and adopted in several parts of Europe. This guide here, Yala, is for Tunisia and for Arab countries that are now also setting their own platforms. And so it is spreading. We are trying to give a very consistent idea of what media and information literacy is about, embedding it in this general citizenship notion. And of course, and I'll finish here with a little publicity for me and the whole groups of researchers that have been working with me, for instance, in the Wiley-Blackwell handbook, and where more than 100 people participated worldwide. It has to be research-based. And I insist, independent research-based. And one of the problems being that at the moment, public research is at low ebb, and that the platforms that are part of the problem are also funding and proposing their own media and information literacy schemes without the cohesion that we try to bring as researchers and independent researchers and teachers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Frau Meigs. It's very exciting, all this work that is going around, and I think it's a great opportunity for members of different cities, members of different cities, responsible people from different cities that are watching this session, to find out that there are tools out there that can help them really to promote the idea of digital skills for the young and for the adults. Because disinformation, as you very well noted, can create polarization. And we saw that in the recent US elections. We saw how deep fake news and disinformation created a complete separation between in this country. And it's still amazing how these things work. I'm sure that you follow the news and you know very well how deep fake information are affecting, especially the US, where media and social media have a major part in creating knowledge, actually, not only communication, but they create knowledge, and that's more important. Thank you very much, Professor Frau Meigs. And now we have the city presentation. We have the city of Bucheon from the Republic of Korea, and Miss Soo Jong Kim. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. We'll now have the next 10 minutes to present what they are doing in their city.
안녕하십니까. 부천시 평생학습센터 소장 김수정입니다. Well, good morning. I am Kim Soo-jung, the head of Lifelong Learning Center of Bucheon City. I'm very pleased to present our city's case at this conference. I'd like to sincerely thank Larissa City, Yeonsu, and UNESCO UIL for the invitation. Digital literacy was touched upon by the Professor Davina's keynote speech, which was very impressive. I would like to introduce to you our city. Bucheon City is adjacent to Seoul. It is a satellite city with a high population density, with a 40,000 population. And Bucheon City has a time-honored tradition of a society movement and various networks. And also there is a UNESCO, a cultural city, and so on. So there is an active engagement of the citizens that is happening. And also, Bucheon City's vision for lifelong learning, as you can see here. And also it is affiliated with the city. And also, I'm going to talk about the vision for lifelong learning. We have the following vision: into the community, out to the world, a lifelong growth learning city, Bucheon. And our goal is to form a community of tolerance and creativity through citizenship cultivation and education. To this goal, we have the following strategies: creating learning, civil learning, connected learning, community learning, and we have about various a project that we are proceeding with. 2020, this year's slogan for lifelong learning is lifelong learning for community awakening. Now, I will touch upon a project that our city initiated this year. It's called Digital Era, Improving Citizenship. Our society, in terms of a political system, has achieved democracy, but in terms of life and culture, the democracy has not yet deeply rooted. Due to deeply rooted Confucian culture and patriarchy, there are persistent discrimination against the generations, genders, and race. There is a lack of community spirit as neighbors and members of the community beyond just me and my family. Therefore, to overcome the issue of community autonomy, participation, empathy to others, and increase the sense of awareness of respected and care, recognizing differences are needed. In particular, due to recent COVID-19 outbreak, they have become very urgent needs to be addressed in the global society to ensure coexistence of humanity. The engagement in addressing environmental issues, enhancement of global citizenship are required. There are three goals of the project. There are three parts. First, fostering global citizenship. The improvement of global citizenship is based on the improvement of citizenship in the region, so we have decided to enhance local citizenship. Second, going forward, we'll push ahead with an education to foster global citizenship. As part of that, we have begun this by promoting global citizenship. We have been engaging people to learn about it. Third, in response to the COVID-19 outbreak, which happened during the planning stage of the project, we have made efforts to increase the sense of community among Bucheon citizens. There are three methods that we could engage participants to the campaign. In order to achieve that, we have also conducted a Google survey. And for the global citizenship we have proposed a one-line poem, short, brevity, and employed and poetical method. So we allow the participants and the residents to choose by themselves. So we have made the citizens to use the social medias because over 90% of people have the smartphones, and They are using the smartphone in whopping hours, like 103 minutes and 7 seconds per person. A scholar said that smartphone is the seventh body organ. So instead of 5 organs and 6 regions, the body is made of 5 organs and 7 regions. That means the smartphone has become a part of body. The merit of the online learning is that, as you know well, it is no limit in time and space. And I thought that we could provide a venue for the democracy. For the second project, we have finalized the first campaign and we have the second campaign. The first is a global, and also second is a global and sustainable. And through the online poem, they could vote and they could select. So they could promote, and through all this we could engage people to have enhanced citizenship. Next, I'm going to talk about some of the selection results. There are about 11. It show differences in you who do not think the difference in appearance is equal to the difference in persons. It is just looking at you. One world with respect for differences. Global citizenship for common empathy and sharing will make the world complete when the existence and difference as a picture is made beautiful with more varieties of paints. 1 cup of coffee, Guatemalan farmer, plus Chinese laborer, plus Korean part-timer, plus you. 1 mankind, not 1 people. It's you and me, not me and you. No prejudice, and you see a bigger world. Borderless disaster, love for humanity to help one another. So, the smart for mutual prosperity with the global citizenship. And I think this is very great, isn't it? A total of 36 were submitted, and we selected 11 pieces. From all this process, with the participation of our citizens, we have a meaning that we could promote democratic participation of our citizens. There were citizen participation via contest and voting. Second, we made most of the social media platforms, so we could enable the participants to access easy through the online platform. Next, in order promotion for us to practice it, and we had longer perspective, and we are conducting the second round, and next year we're going to launch again. Through the convergence, we're going to have an integration of the global citizen. That is the goal. There are 2 parts that we think we need to complement the project. One is to provide incentives to engage more citizens, and the other is to promote valuable works continuously through various ways online. So sustainably, it will support the enhanced citizenship. Last but not least, the other project to enhance citizenship that our city is implementing. These were planned to have face-to-face education originally, but due to COVID-19, they are having sort of a complex education programs. There are about 5. First is the basic elements for refinement and knowledge education to enhance the multi-layered citizenship, that is Bucheon Community University. And in the global context, to reflect on the universal issues of mankind, we have global citizen education. Third, to improve community awareness and engagement in community and to solve issues, we have community-led learning. Fourth, to cultivate practical attitude to prepare for political participation and self-engagement, we have democratic community education. Fifth, at the level of district form of Korea, to enhance the citizenship in daily life, we have a routine life and citizenship learning. So these 5 projects are being carried out in order to enhance the citizen education. Well, this is the end. Going forward, we'll continuously, as a member cluster city of UNESCO citizen education, we will participate further. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the city of Busan and the representative, Ms. Soo Jong Kim, and what an interesting presentation. So many things you can achieve through the use of SMS and the mobile phone, and you can motivate people to participate. Very, very, very interesting. Now let's move to our next keynote speech. This one is, our next guest is from Greece, Professor Ioanna Laliotou from the University of Thessaly. She has a very nice picture as a background, the city of Volos and the building of the university. Professor Laliotou, a trained historian, a professor at the Department of History, Archaeology and Social Anthropology. She will have be with us for the next 15 minutes, maybe a little more, about about educating young citizens for the 21st century. The big question that she's going to address is how do we educate young people in this century? How do we educate young people in becoming planetary citizens? So, Professor Laliotou, welcome. Thank you very much for your presence, and the cyber world is at your disposal.
Thank you so much for the introduction, indeed, and thank you to everybody for being here. Today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It depends on your location on this planet. And thanks for the generous comment on the picture. It's actually this morning's picture from Volos, so I wanted to share some fresh vision of our city this morning. Okay, let me start by stating that it is today more than ever, I think, and it's obvious from the presentations that we have attended thus far. So it is today more than ever crucially important to address issues related to education and citizenship beyond any kind of juxtaposition between the local and the global, as it is intended in the title of this session. If nothing else, the current pandemic contingency has taught us is that our everyday lives and well-being, our very survival at the most basic and essential level is deeply and unavoidably connected to globality, to events, decisions, practices, etc. that happen at far away and seemingly unconnected localities in the world. The pandemic has proven beyond any doubt, I believe, that our very existence at the most local, personal, individual, and even private level of embodiment is today decisively planetary. So if this argument stands, the pressing question that we as educators or policymakers are faced today is one of the following. How do we educate young people today, young citizens for the 21st century? How do we educate young citizens for a planetary life that they're going to lead or that they're leading already? What kinds of mind shifts are necessary here and now in order to measure up to the challenges and quests of a locally responsible and globally sensible education today? So as part of my experience in the administration of the university the last few years, where I have been responsible for organizing the international education aspect of our academic programs, I would like to share today with you some ideas of what does it mean to reconceptualize international education today. So when we talk about international education or internationalization of our education, what do we actually mean? What does this notion stand for today? And the first point that I would like to share with you is that internationalization concerns mostly people and our human resources. It concerns the making of our academic and educational communities as such. It also concerns curricula development and research strategies, transnational partnerships, global outreach and outlook, and globally minded practices of civic engagement. Internationalization permeates all academic and educational practices and is based on the principles of osmosis, mutuality, and pedagogical enhancing of diversity. Thus, internationalization of educational practices does not primarily concern institutions in this sense and institutional politics and policies, but actual people, students, educators, and families. And it has necessarily to be a bottom-up and grassroots operation foremost and primarily. But what is the role of institutions in this process? Well, the role of institutions in this process is nevertheless very important. Institutions have the responsibility to facilitate, to enable, be enablers, and enhance mutuality, osmosis, and diversity at all different levels of policy making and policy implementation. Immigration, refugees, poverty, digital inequality, environmental and medical precarity, and many more other current challenges that we have and are still facing today have taught us, I believe, that national and regional institutions can play a pivotal role in either avoiding or accentuating educational disasters, usually suffered more severely by young people and children, especially those with social and economic disadvantage. I think the current pandemic situation is very indicative of the point that I want to make here. Now, what is the role of staff, of teaching staff, in the process of internationalizing education nowadays? In a sense, how do we educate educators for the 21st century? Now, this is a question particularly urgent for us academics and university staff all over the world. I was lucky, for example, to serve and work for almost 2 decades now at an academic institution, the University of Thessaly, that was founded during the 1980s, and thus, because of this timing, had the chance from early on to recruit a critical number of young, then internationally trained, multilingual, and globally minded academic and research personnel. Now, during periods of brain gain, as we call them, educational institutions have the opportunity to gain from the repatriation of highly qualified educators, but that is not always the case. Now, this is something that needs to be addressed at the level of policy making. You cannot have a globally minded education if you don't have a globally minded teaching staff at the places where educators are educated. Future educators in all fields can benefit, I believe, and should benefit from a system of public higher education attuned to the world and inspired by planetary visions of A, recognizing problems, and B, problem solving, both in the arts and the humanities, as well as in the sciences alike. The level of complexity of our social challenges today requires globally minded educators that can then train educators for the next generation. A fourth point that I would like to share with you today is the need to enhance international exposure. Enhancing international exposure by enabling wide mobility of all bodies, actual bodies, I mean here, involved in the educational process. Physical mobility is a very important presupposition for any kind of internationalization. Despite the fact that human mobility is nowadays impaired due to the pandemic conditions, actual physical exposure to different national, ethnic, and racial contexts is very important for achieving a globally minded education. Education is not a service or a process disassociated from other aspects of social life. One should never think that online distance learning or online conferences, such as the one that we are happily participating today, can ever substitute educational exchanges in terms of enhancing international outlook. Another note on this issue. I think parents and families should be allowed and actually encouraged to participate in parallel forms of educational exchanges on a global level. Education is a process and it requires all rings of the educational chain to follow the same path. Families and young people support networks are an important part of the educational process and they should not be left behind. Student and staff mobility frameworks that we have today, nowadays, and we are operating according to them, need to address this aspect, and they haven't, I think. So the point that I want to make here is that if we make a move to shift somehow our mindset on how to internationalize education, I think families and support networks of young people should be included in all the processes and mechanisms of educational exchange and mobility that we are operating today. Now, a last comment that I would like to that I would like to make today, and allow me to make this remark as a humanist, as a person who works in the humanities. I think a very important aspect of enhancing international education is actually promoting multilingualism. Now, multilingualism is an important aspect of any kind of internationalization. Despite the function of English as an international language nowadays that facilitates our communication in international settings, such as the one today, the literary and linguistic knowledge, including comparative literature, for example, play a pivotal role in the enhancement of intercultural exchanges and provide young people with mental, cognitive, and cultural skills essential for the development of active civic engagement in the global setting. I think multilingualism is a sine qua non element of any kind of civic engagement in the global setting. Now, I did not address the connection between culture and local traditions, as the title of this session implies or asks us to do today. But I think it is obvious from the arguments and the remarks that I have made here that one cannot think of local traditions as intrinsically local nowadays, and one cannot think of global culture as intrinsically global in this sense without taking into consideration of local traditions, at least not in the minds of the young people that we are asked to educate today. So thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward for our discussion.
Thank you, Professor Laliotou. Thank you for discussing issues of international education and especially addressing the issue of multilingualism and international exposure, two very important items for our youth and for the education of our youth, and for international education. Thank you very much. And thank you very much also all of you so far for being so precise on time. And so we won't face any remarks from the organizers. And you are right, there's nothing that can change the beauty of face-to-face interaction. No virtual environment can actually substitute the gloriousness, let's say, of being together with other people in the same area and discuss and exchange ideas, not only with your face, but with your whole body. Next, we have a friend, Mr. Morteza Jafari, Deputy Mayor for Cultural, Social and Sport Affairs of the municipality of Shiraz in Iran. And we are welcoming Mr. Jafari, and he will now have the next 10 minutes, maybe 11, to address the points from his point of view, from his city, the efforts of his city in this whole global network of lifelong of learning cities. So, Mr. Jafari, welcome, and you have the microphone and the video camera.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Murtaza Jafari, the Deputy Mayor for Culture, Social, and Sports Affairs of Shiraz municipality. Shiraz is one of Iranian's 5 largest cities located in Fars province. The city is at an altitude of 1486 meters above the sea level and enjoys a moderate climate. Shiraz was the capital city of Iran during Safavian, Greek, and Zandia dynasties. Shiraz is one of the major trade routes in southern Iran and has easy access to different seaports like Bushehr. Due to the numerous historical, cultural, religious, and natural attention, the city has always been a destination to many national and international tourists. I'm pleased to talk to you from a city known for friendship, tolerance, peace, and dialogue. As you may know, friendship and peace are so essential in major cities as they accept many immigrants. Shiraz, throughout the history, has been unique as far as tolerance, cultural diversity, coexistence, etc. are concerned. Today, we try to present Shiraz as the city of dialogue, whose people are peaceful, tolerant, collaborative, etc. To this end, we have developed programs in collaboration with different organizations to help us realize our outstanding goals. At the first, vertical neighborhood. The vertical neighborhood, on one hand, has been in accordance with Shiraz's philosophy of urban development while adopting neighborhood-oriented approach. On the other hand, it has been focusing on the dialect, the future world dominant culture. In addition to our attempts to foster and facilitate social inclusiveness, citizenship, education, and related examples, it will create opportunities for social integration and unity, togetherness, and the inclusion of different cultures. Organizing different events in the urban, marginalized, and vulnerable neighborhoods, such as establishing neighborhood entertainment cafes to spot children's talent and creativeness in the neighborhood. Holding a child film show on a weekly basis, employing social vitality and services buses. We believe happiness, social vitality, and education should be accessible to all, regardless of geographical location, social and economic situation. To this end, 6 buses have been installed with the equipment for displaying movies, lending books, monitoring health, etc., to travel throughout the marginalized neighborhood and to contribute to the local children's happiness, culture, health, social vitality, etc. Organizing peaceful children visual art exhibitions. It has been done to attract the public attention to teaching the importance of peace, children to avoid violence, to institutionalize peace culture since childhood. Running the City of Elite program, writing and publishing a 4-volume child storybook to teach children and teenagers the social and citizenship skills at different school grades in accordance with the 7 UNESCO defined literacy terms in cooperation with the Iranian recognized child story writer. Implementing the neighborhood school program to promote cultural and social teaching in all urban neighborhoods. Executing the City Council of Children to involve children and teenagers in the urban affairs and to bring up responsible and active citizens. Establishing local and neighborhood markets to create more employment opportunities for the local residents and to support entrepreneurship. Developing programs to promote Shirazi's traditions among the citizens. Organizing ceremonies on the occasion of Yalda, the last autumn night, to enhance kindness, family reunion, and the joy of togetherness. In fact, we celebrate Yalda together with our children in our neighborhood to teach them happiness, kindness, and liveliness. Thanks for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jafari. Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting to see how your municipality is really focusing on children and their understanding of notions like peace, like coexistence, like friendship through all the activities that you have managed to develop in your municipality. Very interesting coming, and it's very interesting for us because we don't frequently have the opportunity to see what happens in areas like your municipality, in places like your municipality. Thank you very much, Mr. Jafari. It was very nice having you with us this morning. And now the last but not least participant of our morning session is coming from another great civilization, apart from the civilization of Iran, the civilization of Egypt. And we have Ms. Ragda Hessam Abdelal, member of the Aswan Learning City working group, and she's with us right now. I can see her on screen, so welcome. And we are now ready to listen and pay attention to your presentation. You may start.
Thank you, Dr. Good morning, everyone. I'm really blessed to be with you today. Thanks for UNESCO and organizing City for such an amazing event. I think yesterday and today was a good for us as a youth and as a learning cities to learn from each other, and sharing this experience was really something could take it forward and change our work. I will share my presentation with you. I hope my voice is clear.
Your voice is very clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I'm Raghda, and I'm a member, and maybe some of you is surprising why a member representing the city instead of the governor or instead of the coordinator of the city. But the message that Aswan city tried to push and try to spread all over other cities, that the youth should take the lead. The youth should become an active global citizen. And that was the focus of Aswan through the last years. Aswan, land of gold, and it really has the name. Aswan is a city on the Nile River, and it is in the southern of the Egypt, and it has been the southern Egypt strategic and commercial gateway since antiquity. Aswan is characterized by cultural diversity, arts and crafts. We have a culture of Nubian, we have a culture of Aswan, and we have a pharaonic culture. Aswan has a number of universities and schools, and also it has a number of temples like Temple of Abu Simbel, Fela, Kalabsha, and we have a number of archaeological museums as the Nubian Archaeological Museum. It also has a group of Nubian village that featuring traditional crafts and creative crafts. Aswan has a huge solar project. Also, Aswan is very connected. It is a member of the global network of UNESCO Creative Cities, and it's a member in a global network of UNESCO Learning Cities, and in UNESCO and Biosphere Reserves, and finally in the global network of UNESCO Associated Schools. It's been honored for us to receive a 2019 UNESCO Learning City Award from the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning as one of the winners. And that was one of the reasons that we developed a strategy that integrates a variety of projects, including gardening and water conservation programs and schools, as well as diverse entrepreneurs, training opportunities for all the groups of the city. Our golden goal, and this is the goal and the message that always try to put into our work, it is learning for people, planet, prosperity, and peace. And this is the daily reality in Aswan. We support not just become a local citizen, but also a global citizen that think for all the global challenges and how we could solve it. Let us speak more about our programs and how we integrate different categories and citizenship, education, and culture. First, it is the role of youth. And we have a general principles we emphasize in our programs. First, strengthen the global citizenship and sustainable development, integration of youth in decision-making, and to find sustainable solution for local, national, and global challenges. Also establish a social dialogue and a space between youth and decision makers and other stakeholders. And one of the amazing initiatives that I'm part of it is Aswan Creative Youth Forum. Our programs, it is for preserving Aswan culture and traditions, green schools and green city, reinforcement the visual identity of Aswan, and to support the investment in digitalization. And this forum is from youth come together to volunteer and to find solutions for the challenges that we face it on the local level and to participate effectively with the decision makers, leaders. And this is headed by a deputy of Aswan, Dr. Ghada Bouzid. Other youth initiatives, we have your project initiative, and this is one of the initiatives that Aswan Governorate in cooperation with Project Development Fund and other local entities, they came to promote the free capital and economic empowerment of youth of Aswan and strengthening the principle of citizenship. And Aswan will finance around 4,000 youth projects. And that to encourage a lot of youth, and instead of leaving the city, to come again and become an active citizen inside the city. Aswan Youth Innovate, it is another initiative in cooperation with universities This initiative is aimed to capacitate and reinforcement youth to find innovative and sustainable solutions to strengthen the citizenship and preserving Aswan traditions and cultures. Finally, but this is not the end, it is a start with your neighborhood initiative, and this was a local initiative with cooperation with NGO Nahmi Turasna, and this is to transform Aswan into authentic panorama that dazzles its visitors and tourists, and for preserving the visual identity of Aswan heritage. Also, we have children that become part of this citizenship education and culture. We have 3 initiatives here, but this is not limited to this 3 initiatives. We have more. But the first one, it is Art Meyer Moral. And this was one of the interesting initiatives that we have. Aswan was a Tokyo city. Aswan represented by Salem Academy School and Tokyo represented by Oryo School. They came together to create a piece of art. And if you look to the first picture, you cannot really differentiate between our work and Tokyo work. Tokyo student designed or painted the half of port, and the other half was painted from us, Aswan, in the Salam school. And it's really showing how this kind of initiatives reinforce the identity and different identity in the global citizenship. And also how the student can really integrate and understand that we all one and we all unite, not different. The second initiative, it is the word we want. And this initiative to capacitate the student on SDGs and global citizenships and to make them a part of the global citizen. At the end, also, we have a green, eco-friendly schools. And this Aswan was implemented in 15 primary schools, this project, and the students plant and maintain garden and learn about water conservation and healthy lifestyles. We have a woman as a target and really have a role in citizenship education and culture. First, by women leadership and participation in citizenship education. As example, our deputy Aswan governor, Dr. Ghada Abu Zaid, and we have a lot of leadership take place in different government role. We have also the equal opportunities and women support unit that support women to have an equal representations, because maybe this is one of the challenges that Aswan face, but nowadays we try to take the lead by putting more women and capacitate more women and girls to take the lead. Women Capacity Development Program for preserving heritage and tradition, and how we could transfer a lot of the tradition and heritage that a lot of old people know to the young one. Aswan is the capital of African youth. The President Sisi announced Aswan is the capital of African youth in 2019, and we honored to be open for a lot of African countries to host the Arab African Youth Forum in Aswan and National Youth Conference in Aswan. And this is the way that we come together to share the challenges that African people face, and also how we could find solutions that serve all Africa. Aswan annually hosts a lot of international conferences and festivals as a part of the culture and tradition preservation, and as a part of the global citizenship and education, and also to exchange knowledge and information between different countries. Aswan hosts many of international conferences and festivals. First, Aswan International Women Film Festival that emphasizes certain messages about the women, an International Festival of African Arts, an International Folk Art Festival, and International Festival of Art and Culture. And all of these festivals and conferences make us as Aswan youth open for other cultures in Africa, Arab countries, and other countries in the world. We was honored to host the regional conference under the theme Learning to Live Sustainably in the Cities, implementing education on sustainable development and learning cities in the Arab state. around 50 participants from more than 50 countries come together to see how Aswan implementing education for sustainable development. And it was a good program that make us sharing practical insight and experiences that related to the education and sustainable development. Thank you. Open for questions.
Thank you very much. What an exciting presentation, and how I'm really very lucky to moderate this discussion. It has been a really pleasure from the beginning, from the opening speech of Cecilia Barbieri to Professor Divina Faumeigs and the city of Busan, and then to Professor Ioana Laliotou and the city of Shiraz, and now Aswan. I think everyone gave us an opportunity to learn and to see things from a different perspective, and this is what makes this conference really very important for our cities. Now, I don't know if we have any questions. I was watching Q&A. I have to say that we started with 20 participants and 16 attendees. Now we are 20 panelists, I'm sorry, and 16 attendees. Now we are 30 panelists and 43 attendees, which is good, which means that more people are attending than presenting. And it's nice for a conference to have more people attending than those who are presenting. So I don't know if we have any questions. I'm checking Q&A. I don't see any standing questions there, but I will be happy to see if anyone from the attendees is willing to address a question to city representatives or Professor Laliotou or Professor Faumeigs. So please go ahead. Otherwise, I see that Yeonsu, the organizer, the moderator, is ready to go ahead with the break. The honor is mine. Okay, thank you for the message, Professor Faumeigs. Anyone else? No, I don't see something right now. This is the problem with virtual conferences. Otherwise, you know, if you are together, more discussion is growing. Anyway, next time, next year, maybe we will meet again somewhere physically, so we can interact in a better way. So I think we have come to an end of this first session of the conference. It has been a pleasure for me to moderate your speeches and your discussion. Someone is calling, but it's not from the conference, so I will abort that telephone. And thank you very much. And I hope that the continuation of the conference will be as interesting as this first session. And I try to do my best as a virtual moderator. I hope that you enjoyed it. And let's hope that the pandemic will be over, and we will meet again sometime. The moderators now may thank you very much. Bye, and the moderators may take the floor, as they say. Okay, thank you from Aswan, thank you from Shiraz, thank you France, thank you from Italy, from Volos, forgot which from Korea. Yeah, thank you, Busan. I'm sorry for, and we'll be in touch. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. George Claude, with a beautiful woman, Larissa. I hope I pronounced your name this time as well. And first cluster, the cluster planning session will begin in 30 minutes. And so we ask for all cluster members to attend. You may log into the Zoom. And yeah, and it's a cluster session for cluster members. So none of members will be blocked during the session. Thank you.
Ζητάει από το cluster να μπουν, είναι μόνο
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Καλή συνέχεια.
Καλή συνέχεια.
principalmente por los tiempos
Learner beings always evolve. This is the case with Yeonsu, where Songdo International City is. Yeonsu-gu, which started out as a lifelong learning city in 2003, was designated as a special education and globalization place and was selected as a member city of UNESCO GNLC in 2018. Yeonsu-gu, which has been serving as an international community to create a sustainable and comprehensive lifetime learning for everyone system that no one is left behind, was selected as a coordinator city to host a cluster of global civic education at the 4th World Learning Cities. The evolution of GNLC Yeonsu, which opens the future thought sharing from now on, is beginning. Yeonsu, a long-standing historical city where Baekje envoys, who started diplomatic relations with China more than 1,600 years ago, stood as a key locations in the Pacific periphery, where 15 international organizations, including 7 UN organizations and GCF, 10 prestigious global universities and global companies were concentrated, with UNAPC-ICT, UNISDR, UNESCAP, and other UN-affiliate organizations. Experience the diverse cultures of the world at the Foreign Language Open Center and the International Language Experience Center, and become closer to the global neighbors. We'll promote a new tomorrow. Digital technology, which alienates vulnerable groups, is different in Yeonsu. Cafes, parks, residential areas, and subway idle spaces are transformed into learning spaces, realizing a place of lifelong education that meets within 10 minutes. Local residents receive media training and utilize free equipment and facilities to make their own Yeonsu Village TV broadcasts such as Resident Village Broadcasting Team, Yeonsu Reporter, and Village Broadcasting Content. In particular, Yeonsu Story is a legacy for future generations and a channel for connecting generations. Smart Learning City will lead the 4th Industrial Revolution. Breaking down the barriers between learning creates a new standard for smart learning. The challenge is the mission of the time given to us. We are ready for the big world. Beyond Yeonsu, beyond the Republic of Korea, beyond the Asia Pacific, and into the world.
Η Λάρισα είναι μια πόλη που μαθαίνει. Και είναι μια πόλη που μαθαίνει με επιλογή της Δημοτικής Αρχής, γιατί οι πολίτες της πρέπει να γνωρίζουν. Πρέπει να βελτιώνουμε την κουλτούρα τους, την καλλιέργειά τους, για να μπορούν να αντιμετωπίζουν όσο γίνεται καλύτερα τα προβλήματα της καθημερινότητάς τους, αλλά και του μέλλοντος.
The most important idea that this city has initiated is to put out the concept that it's going to be a city that learns.
Το Πανεπιστήμιο των Πολιτών είναι ένας εκπαιδευτικός θεσμός που προσφέρει σε όλους τους πολίτες της Λάρισσας δωρεάν μαθήματα.
Στόχος του όλου θεσμού του Πανεπιστημίου των Πολιτών είναι να ξεσηκώσει τον δημότη, να τον αλλάξει να σκέφτεται διαφορετικά, να μπει στα δρόμενα της πόλης του, να έχει άποψη, να του παρέχει γνώση την οποία θα χρησιμοποιήσει είτε στη δουλειά του είτε στο ευρύτερο κοινωνικό του περιβάλλον.
Τέσσερα χρόνια πόλη που μαθαίνει, 4 χρόνια από τη στιγμή που η Larissa εντάχθηκε μέσα στο δίκτυο των Learning Cities της UNESCO, των πόλεων που μαθαίνουν.
Many other cities call themselves learning cities and actually put together their programs and say that they are learning. But Larissa has done something different. It has decided that its very identity, that it is going to be a city that learns. That's what's going to be its defining characteristic.
Και κάπου εκεί είπαμε να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα με σημαντικούς ανθρώπους όπως ο Αλέξης, όπως ο Τέντ, με μια καταπληκτική ομάδα επιστημόνων που ανέλαβαν υπεύθυνοι των θεματικών κύκλων, με φορείς που κλήθηκαν να συνεργαστούν και να οργανώσουμε μαζί κοινά προγράμματα, προγράμματα τα οποία απευθύνονται στους πολίτες, προγράμματα που έχουν να καλύψουν τις ανάγκες τους.
Είναι πανεπιστήμιο γιατί προσφέρει οργανωμένη και συστηματική μάθηση. Μπορεί να είναι απλή, ίσως, για ορισμένες ομάδες συμμετεχόντων που δεν έχουν πολύ ψηλό μορφωτικό επίπεδο, αλλά ποτέ απλουστευτική. Είναι μια μάθηση οργανωμένη. Είναι των πολιτών κυριολεκτικά γιατί απευθύνεται σε όλους τους πολίτες της Λάρισσας και σχετίζεται με τις ανάγκες και τα ενδιαφέροντά τους άρρηκτα. Το πρόγραμμα σπουδών οικοδομείται με βάση του ότι οι πολίτες επιθυμούν. Και ονομάζουμε τα μαθήματα κύκλους μάθησης για να συμβολήσουμε ότι η μάθηση, η γνώση δεν έρχεται από τα πάνω προς τα κάτω, από τον εκπαιδευτή δηλαδή στους εκπαιδευόμενους, αλλά όλοι μαζί σε κύκλο, έτσι όπως και καθόμαστε στα μαθήματα, συζητούμε, προβληματιζόμαστε όλοι μαζί, ο καθένας προσφέρει τη γνώση και την εμπειρία του και ο εκπαιδευτής ή η εκπαιδεύτρια θα κάνει βέβαια τη σύνθεση των απόψεων.
Το Πανεπιστήμιο των Πολιτών δείχνει και μια ιδιαίτερη ευαισθησία στις ευάλωτες κοινωνικά ομάδες. Εκτός από τα εργαλεία και τις τεχνικές συμβουλές για τους ανέργους, υλοποιεί προγράμματα που αφορούν τους φυλακισμένους και τους αποφυλακισμένους, ιδιαίτερα την εκπαίδευση στα καταστήματα κράτησης.
Ο στόχος των σχολών γονέων είναι η υποστήριξη των γονιών σε αυτό το μοναδικό, όμορφο, αλλά πολύ απαιτητικό ρόλο και η ενίσχυση της ψυχικής ανθεκτικότητας των οικογενειών και εν τέλει των παιδιών.
Βάλαμε τις βάσεις στο πρώτο στάδιο, τη μόρφωση, τη γραμματοσύνη, την εκπαίδευση.
Η διαχείριση της καριέρας είναι μια διαδικασία που είναι διαβίου σε όλη τη διάρκεια της ζωής μας. Είτε είμαστε άνεργοι, είτε είμαστε εργαζόμενοι, οφείλουμε να εστιάζουμε στην αυτοβελτίωση για να είμαστε ανταγωνιστικοί και να βρισκόμαστε μέσα στους κανόνες του παιχνιδιού.
Ήμουν εκπαιδευτής του προγράμματος εκπαίδευση μέσα από την τέχνη του Δήμου Λάρισσας. Στο πρόγραμμα αυτό επικοινωνήσαμε μια καινοτόμο μέθοδο που εισήγαγε ο Λέξης Κόπος και απευθύνθηκε σε μεγάλη μερίδα εκπαιδευτικών του νομού Λάρισσας. Η μέθοδος αυτή δίνει τη δυνατότητα στον κάθε εκπαιδευτικό να αξιοποιήσει τα έργα τέχνης με στόχο να αναπτύξει την κριτική και δημιουργική σκέψη των μαθητών του στην καθημερινή διδακτική του πρακτική.
Το πρόγραμμα εκπαίδευση μέσα από την τέχνη που παρακολούθησα ξεπέρασε κατά πολύ τις προσδοκίες μου, γιατί δεν έχουμε συνηθίσει προγράμματα του Δήμου και μάλιστα δωρεάν να είναι τόσο άρτια και ως προς την οργάνωση και ως προς το περιεχόμενο.
Το καλό με το πρόγραμμα εκπαίδευση μέσα από την τέχνη είναι ότι η τέχνη γίνεται εργαλείο στα χέρια κάθε εκπαιδευτικού. Μέσω του εκπαιδευτικού Η τέχνη διαχέεται πια σε ευρύτερα τμήματα του πληθυσμού της πόλης. Αυτό είναι και ο στόχος του Πανεπιστημίου των Πολιτών.
Είναι μια εξαιρετική περίπτωση και ως εκπρόσωπος του τμήματος θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω τον Δήμο Λαρισία για την οργάνωση του προγράμματος αυτού.
Είναι πραγματικά όαση να βρισκόμαστε σε έναν τόπο δημιουργικό και να μας προσφέρει μόνο χαρές, συγκίνηση και μάθηση.
And it's really interesting that the city has decided that in order to be more democratic, we must learn how to be more democratic.
Νομίζω ότι είναι από τα βασικά συστατικά μιας πορείας που πρέπει να έχει μια κοινωνία της συνοχής.
Welcome to Youth Forum. I'm Yeonsu, General Moderator of this conference from Yeonsu, Republic of Korea. Let me inform you of notice before starting the conference. Please carefully read the notice on the screen. If you have any questions, please post it Q&A section on Zoom. Moderators will collect them for discussion. And if you have any comments to share, please post them in the chat. Click the language for the translation. You may find an Earth-like icon on the menu. Please click it, and you can tune into an English, Greek, Korean channel. Now, Ms. Ashley Stepanek, have the floor.
Hi, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Stepanek-Lockhart, and I'm very happy to be involved in this Youth Forum today, both as someone who researches topics of active and global citizenship for UNESCO and the University of Cambridge, specifically on youth and adult education and learning through monitoring in GRAIL 4 and now GRAIL 5, which is the global report on adult learning and education, and also as a moderator of today's discussion. So today's Youth Forum is on this age group's fundamental role in pushing forward truly democratic thinking and practices through active and global citizenship in the way that previous panelists today and yesterday have described. Viewing this type of education as a deeply creative, co-generative, and open-ended activity to help us achieve SDG 4.7 as a mobilizer for achieving the other SDGs. Also as an inclusive process that crucially incorporates the voices of people who are often left out of the conversation, which some could say is often youth, depending on country and sub-regional context. To me, systematically including these voices, not as a box-checking exercise, but towards real felt change in the close and foreseeable future that brings up and supports all groups, encapsulates the truly transformational potential of the SDGs. And to be clear, and this should be underlined, youth may have the motivation, capability, and even the social pressure and expectation to act in the interest of principles of social and sustainable development. We should welcome them and feel lucky to have them. But youth do not always seem to be able to contribute in a bigger way because of pre-established power structures, systems, and how institutional approaches are often designed and executed, and by whom. Harnessing this agency and letting people who actively want to participate and are full of ideas, full of hope and inspiration, and often more than competent, into that conversation to start designing actions in concert with government, institutional partners, civil society, and the private sector, among others, is something I look forward to considering today through thinking guided by our keynote speakers, Professors Briony Hoskins and Ted Fleming, whom we're very fortunate to have with us today. Thank you for participating. And short inputs from youth representatives from cities and municipalities from around the world, in Greece, Poland, Brazil, and Guinea. Thank you also for coming to the forum today to participate. I look forward to hearing what these youth representatives have to share about what they are doing on the ground in their respective locations to promote active and global citizenship as stimulated by relevant education and learning opportunities, pointing out key activities for furthering thinking and innovating on how to involve youth more upstream in a productive and long-term way. I also look forward to hearing how cities and municipalities are promoting this work. On that note, I'm happy to introduce Professor Briony Hoskins, who will be speaking to us today about what works in citizenship education and learning political engagement. Just to give a brief introduction, Professor Hoskins holds a chair in comparative social science at the University of Roehampton and is an internationally renowned expert on political socialization, specializing in political engagement across Europe and the Middle East. Her latest book is on education, democracy, and inequality, specifically on political engagement and citizenship education in Europe. She has multiple research projects on these subjects funded by different organizations working on social development, and previously led similar funded research for the University of Southampton and the Institute of Education at University College London, where she is part of the ESRC Lakes Research Center. Professor Hoskins has 7 years of policy experience working on these subjects and extensive experience consulting with international organizations, including UNESCO. So I hand over the floor to Professor Briony Hoskins for 15 minutes. Thank you. Briony, I think you need to unmute your mic. It looks as if it's muted. There it is. I think it's better now.
Right. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Two thumbs up.
And what about the slideshow? Can you see the slideshow?
It looks great to me.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for that very comprehensive introduction. What I'm going to be presenting today is building from 20 years of research in the field, really, of citizenship education. So this research I've been doing in Europe, and also research which I've been doing in the Middle East and North Africa. And basically, the reason that I'm looking now at what is effective and what works, and trying to bring this all together, is that I've been working very much in the youth field, working with youth trainers, evaluating citizenship projects both in school and in non-formal education, and realizing the gap between the knowledge of what is known in rigorous and quantitative and field trial research and what is known in practice in terms of what is effective. So I was thinking that today would be a useful opportunity and a useful point to present some of these principles which have developed both from social theories of learning, but also those which can be tested and we know to work from quantitative research evidence. So it's work in progress, but I think it's already firm enough that will be useful for your work if you're working in schools or working in the youth field or working in cities in order to know how to develop political engagement projects which will be effective. We also use this in the current project that I have with the UNESCO and Council of Europe on student voice in the pandemic and in the case studies that we've developed for that piece of research. So what I'm using is a very broad understanding of citizenship education. So this means that talk about it as a subject discipline, but more as developing a civic culture, a way of developing student voice. These different principles you can use against your work to check when you're developing your programs. Are you using these principles? And if you are, most likely that then they're going to be effective and actually create change in the young people in order to be able to get them to become actors of political change. So the first of our principles is about creating a safe environment. Now, we all know the human rights reasons to do this, but why this is effective in terms of social learning theory is that if you're in an environment where you feel able to express your ideas and that other people in the class respectfully listen to your ideas, it helps you to grow in confidence and to build on your ideas and feel part of the community. In quantitative research, so when we're analyzing data, we call this an open classroom climate. And we know from many countries around the world that this is highly related to further political engagement when young people become older. So this is something which is has a solid basis from a research perspective, we know to be effective and work. The second principle that we have is about learning through action or learning through doing. So this is about learning through the experience of actually doing the activity. There can be some limits in terms of it can be trial and error a bit, and there's not necessarily, if you keep on doing the same errors each time, there needs to be a learning element with it, which we will discuss in the principle coming up later. But essentially, it's very important to embody the experience, to have a go, and that this is seen both from a learning theory perspective and also examples of this through school councils or young people participating in climate change protests, etc. These are examples of things that we know from research to be effective in terms of developing political engagement. So principle number 3 is about learning through simulation. So this is a form of active participation as well, a form of learning by doing. But the difference here is that you're creating a safe environment, so a safe space in order to be able to practice and have a go at doing these activities. And it's going back to that principle 1, by creating a safe space, it means that you can try things out without consequences or limited consequences, and that you know that you're going to be safe in the process. It also, from a learning perspective, enables the individual to put themselves into somebody else's shoes and often see things from another perspective. So examples which we know can be effective from randomized control trials has shown that UN climate change negotiations or in-school mock elections have been found to be effective in terms of creating the desire for young people to get politically engaged. So the next principle is principle 4 on reflecting on action. And this is what I was referring back to in the start about it being really important. Just the learning by doing is an important principle, but then it has to be combined with reflection and critical thought in order to be able to really take out the learning from a practical experience. So, for example, to be able to reflect on how you put what you said within the climate change debate at school, or how you could have better put the perspective of this particular country, or how you could have negotiated better your country's position. So these reflections help to develop the learning. And again, that we found projects which evaluate, particularly simulation projects, have shown really that the importance of this critical reflection afterwards in the learning process. So that's the learning by doing and then critically reflecting and thinking in order to understand how you can improve your different skills at future. And the next principle we have is principle number 5, which is about meaningful decision making. For principle number 5, what is important here is that when you develop a class council or in a local community, a youth parliament, then what is really important is that the decisions that are taken are meaningful decisions to the young people. So not trivial questions to do with the color of the paint on the wall, but to do with budgets and things which have real influence and effects on the ideas on the future for the young people. In school, this can also be about school rules and school management as well. Not that everything that young people say should be directly implemented, but at least that they should have a voice and be able to see change. So this is very much based on social learning theory, which says that it's important that young people, when they're involved in decision making, are situated in a real world environment and be able to create the change. This is more hard to test within the data at the moment. And what we combine this with is principle number 6. Not only the decisions are meaningful, but actual change occurs. So the idea from social learning theories here is that if you're able to create change, it develops your feeling of self-efficacy and the ability that you and your personal belief in your ability that you can change, create change in the future. And this is why that fake consultation can actually be worse than no consultation at all, because this can have the opposite process then of being given opportunity to have your voice and then not listened to can reduce the ability, your belief in yourself that you can create change. So it's very important that when these forums are created and set up, to get young people's voices heard, that change actually happens as part of this. Again, this is more hard to test within the data, but it's something which comes through clearly according to theories of learning. Principle number 7 is about developing and using role models. So here, this process happens by learning by observing other people. So role models, people who you look up to in respect, actually embody and perform the competences of political engagement or civic engagement. And other young people can then observe and then experiment with trying to act these out, these different roles and perform them for themselves. So role models can be all kinds of people, from peers to parents, teachers, or other members in the community. But this seen as a very important role and way of developing future political engagement. And this is both developed by theories of learning and also tested in the data to demonstrate that this also is an effective way of learning political engagement. Now we get on to principle number 8, which is opportunities for leadership. In a way, this goes back to our principle of learning by doing, but it's a very specific one. Here is the chance to have a go at doing a leadership role yourself, so either within school or within the local community. And what's really helpful here is to have a support from a mentor or a particular role model. And again, with this, having the time to reflect with that mentor or role model in order to see how they're developing in their role, in order to see how they can develop their political leadership skills for the future. In particular, as the photo suggests, these are crucial opportunities for young girls to learn in order to develop more female political leaders. And principle number 9 within the projects are incorporating human rights within and democracy within the learning process. So this means that it's very important that if you're teaching about the principles of democracy, that you also use democratic processes at the same time by teaching about democracy through very authoritarian processes with a top-down process where the teacher tells you what to write down and the students then write. This is, you might learn the knowledge, but you won't learn the practice of democracy using such approach. And this comes through from the theories of learning again. And very importantly, then we have principle 10, which is about targeting specific social groups in order to enable these groups to politically engage. And targeting needs to be done, as this picture demonstrates, in a very sensitive manner. But targeting is necessary because we know that young people from disadvantaged backgrounds or different communities are less likely to be involved in citizenship education projects, particularly voluntary citizenship education projects. And this I can account for through from much of my research. So what's really important is to find ways and means to target young people from these groups, because it's typically those from socioeconomically disadvantaged groups have less of these opportunities to learn about political engagement in the home environment. So if they don't get these in school, they're less likely to be able to have their voice heard in the future. So it's about finding ways in order to target your different groups of young people in order to ensure that all young people's voices are heard and that they can go on to making sure that there is more democratic equality in people's communities. So I realize that my 15 minutes is coming up soon, but I hope to have shown you today a useful starting point of there's 10 different principles that you can compare with the practices that you do in your everyday work, whether it's in youth work or in the local community or in a school. And you can have some confidence that if you're including these 10 principles in your practice, it's more likely than not that what you're implementing is going to be effective. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your thoughts and feedbacks on this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hoskins. A round of applause. Thank you. So we appreciate your raising the key principles needed to support political engagement with youth and ways to open the doors to conversations with this group on social development that takes more seriously their own experiences and that of their communities and their futures. So thank you. I sent a notice to the chat box, but just want to invite participants to send questions along for the speakers in the Q&A chat box, which is a different button if you look at the navigation bar at the bottom of your screen. Feel free to start sending those questions through, and we'll do our best to allocate time for response. So next, I gladly present Professor Fleming, who will be speaking on achieving well-being for all in a time of crisis across personal, relational, and social domains, making the point that everything is connected when considering work towards transformational change. Quickly to introduce him, Professor Fleming is an adjunct associate professor of adult education at the Teachers College at Columbia University in New York, where he studied with Jack Mesereau as a tutor. He also worked with Paulo Freire in Boston. He is an external advisor to the Greek municipality of Larissa UNESCO-funded Learning City project. Of note, Professor Fleming received the Jack Mesereau Theory of Transformative Learning Award, and he delivered the first Mesereau Memorial Lecture at Columbia in 2016. He is former professor and head of the Adult Education Department at Maynooth University, Ireland, and a member of the International Expert Panel advising the Irish government's Further Education and Training Authority, known as SOLAS, on including student voice in adult educational services. His recent book looks at European perspectives on transformation theory. So I transfer the floor to Professor Fleming. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, Ashley. Can you hear me? Yes, and can you see the PowerPoint? Thank you.
We saw it before, but not at the moment.
Can you see that?
Yes. If you
Okay.
can just maximize the screen, then it's all good.
I think
Perfect.
we're good to go. Thank you. I want to thank the organizers of the conference, and particularly I want to thank Apostolos Kaligianis, the mayor, my colleagues Dimitris and Sotiris, and the people from Korea who have organized this conference. I want to thank you for this invitation to be part of this. I'm also aware that there's an irony in what I think I might be the oldest person at the conference. And there's an irony in inviting the oldest person here to actually speak about the youngest people. So I accept that with a sense of irony and some humor. So I want to say a few things, first of all, about young people and about youth councils. For example, many youth councils are deeply problematic ways of engaging young people for a number of reasons. Young activists in particular understand that democracy is a different kind of authority to what they expect. And it's fundamentally different. Their understanding of democracy is fundamentally different from that which is offered to them very often in these youth councils. And young people, particularly those who are interested in being involved in democracy as an exercise, see that the kind of democracy that's available to them can be quite different to what they experience and what they would want to have. They understand sometimes that democracy is a way of representing collective concerns, and many will see youth councils as elitist and not really very representative. So I want to even talk about youth councils with that in mind, that we're talking to people who may see things quite differently. They may even see youth councils as an exercise in social control that are set up to control their dissent. So there's an added challenge here in working with youth councils. So we must also always keep in mind this ambivalence that we find amongst younger people towards our institutions and our highest expectations and goals. The next point, I want to just state a little comment about young people, that young people are not an in-between group in our society. They're not in between two other groups. They are fully adult and fully members of our society. However, they are probably the one group in society who can get quite disillusioned with politics and its slow rate of change. Youth are by definition not old, but one of the really interesting, and I'm speaking here, this is my second time speaking as an older person. One of my great experiences of growing old is that there's an inevitability about it. We become old inevitably, and we bring with us our youth. And I mean, within our own heads and within our own personalities, we bring with us our own youth. So there's a sense in which how we are, or how we were, or how we are as young people, we will carry that with us right into our old age. So it's really important when you're young to be the best that you possibly can be. And I suspect that as people get older, they're also aware that we don't succeed in bringing everybody with us. So to be aware as young people that it would be a great achievement to arrive as an older person and to know that you brought everybody with you. That would be an amazing achievement. Before I get into another topic, I'm also mindful, and we all are, of the myriad of crises that the world faces today. They are also crises that were made not by our young people. Climate change, financial injustices, wars, and their consequences, the neoliberal economy as an unaccountable economy, as well as all sorts of other crises, Golden Dawn and so on, that we identify as specific crises of our world. These are adult-made crises. And I suspect that young people will face these with their own strengths and weaknesses. Finally, not every young person is fortunate or lucky enough to have all the kinds of advantages in life that they or we would hope for. Race, disability, poverty, Roma, may all mean there is a large degree of inequality in our society and a lot of work to be done. The main points that I want to make today are that I want to talk about a concept in our thinking about society, which is really about a concept of what is it we're offering people. In our society, we're offering people the good life. We're hoping that in a democracy, we will offer the good life. And I want to put a particular set of words on that good life. And I want to call it simply well-being. Because if we play with this for a few moments, we can see the extent of what's on offer. And well-being surfaces in the individual, in the relationships the individual has, and in their community and society. And let me just explain each of these very quickly. Individual well-being is about feeling good about yourself and worthwhile and valued. There's a well-being of one's awareness, one's intelligence, one's imagination. There's the experience of being respected by others that Alexis talked about yesterday. There's the experience of well-being, including feelings of respect and recognition and the ability to deliver that. And there's the experience of being well-educated. So well-being as a concept, or the good life that we offer people, consists of all these things that are experienced as individuals. We also have a relationship with this good life or well-being, and it refers to the areas of care. It refers to one's ability to care for others, to access that care, to receive and deliver nurturing and affections. And I'm referring mostly, of course, to the fields of the intimate and the family relationships and friends. And the third domain in which the good life is delivered or the well-being is experienced is in the social, where we have areas of housing, the environment, clean air and water, transport, healthcare, social welfare, education and schools, access to university and lifelong learning, jobs, public spaces, and I'm including parks, recreations, museums and galleries, sports, swimming, and many others. So these are the domains in which this well-being is delivered. And very quickly, because there are some academics amongst our participants today, they will very quickly identify the roots of some of these ideas in Hegel and Hanneth and in Habermas also. Most of these were mentioned before. I think Hegel is the only newcomer today. What can we say about these domains? And I'm building again on the Hegel and Hanneth stuff. Well-being is achieved in all these domains, and the achievement of well-being in one domain depends on and assumes the well-being in the others. We cannot be well as individuals in a society that is unhealthy. So I'm really making a point here. if it wants to issue in some kind of phrase and saying democracy for all. Other reasons why these domains are important. Most, if not all, the crises in our world are located in one or other of these domains. Mental health and mental well-being are experienced as profoundly individual problems. However, it's very difficult to understand these problems in their entirety unless we also see them as social problems. Crises in our world today are located very often in the world of interpersonal relationships and families with violence. But individuals and society in general suffers the consequences of these relationship breakdowns. And at the level of society, racism, violence against women and children, drug addictions, the huge financial crisis and so on, these are all areas in which the crises that are located in these areas affect our relationships, our ability to care, and they affect our own individual well-being. So what's the big idea that I'm proposing before my time runs out in a few minutes? Freedom or emancipation or well-being in one area is dependent on and assumes the well-being of the other. And for those who work with youth or who are youth themselves, the engagements have to be right across the board. And the big idea is everything is connected. And I'm proposing these ideas as a way of evaluating or reviewing our work with young people. So I'm going to finish with this idea that individual relationships and community, these are spaces in which well-being is developed. But there are also signals or signs that can point us towards whether this well-being is being delivered. And there are sources for that well-being, like opportunities to express oneself and be heard in a way that delivers results. And there are resources and outcomes like education and organizations, including youth councils, that are sources of this well-being. And in the end, the last area in which I want to focus on is there are strategies used for the delivery of well-being. And these include policies that are resourced, agreed on, and funded so that all this well-being can be delivered in these spaces with its signs and sources. So this is like a framework for evaluating the youth council and indeed any other area in the municipality. For example, community well-being can be found in the space of healthcare with the signs of responsive care delivered from a source that's accessible and expert and responsive and supported by strategies that are well-resourced with public policies and strategies. One more big statement before I conclude. An interest in young people and in their well-being is the essence of democracy. We cannot have a healthy society or healthy families, or we cannot have any sector in society in which we're interested in without addressing all of the sectors. So that not only are they connected, but the way we relate to one sector will impact on how we relate to the others. We are not a healthy society if we can't address all of these areas. Democracy, I'm suggesting, is a developmental project that we benefit from it and we develop and grow through its experience and through its exercise. The current crisis has taught us very clearly that there are unexpected ways in which we've become dependent on each other. And it is now our shared experience. We have learned this. A healthy economy can only be created and sustained if we have a healthy community of workers and consumers. Each individual's health and well-being contributes to the health of the economy, to the health of our relationships, and to the health of the entire society. And we know this because workers who were previously on the lower steps of economic ladder are now called key and essential workers. I'm going to suggest 4 policy principles, if you like, and I'll finish with these. The first principle is a policy for inclusion, and we should do nothing in our society, in our councils, in our adult education, in our universities, unless we follow the idea of nothing about youth without youth, so that everything we do that concerns them or has consequences for young people should include them. And this holds for all groups, for women, for schools, for Roma, for drug dependents and young adults. The second policy for working with young people is to youth-proof policies, so that every policy that's brought about in the council, whether it's housing or cleaning city or opening the swimming pool, all of these things should be youth-proofed. Youth council should be consulted, and not just consulted, but should have a role in the decision-making. We should be able to guarantee that all policies that impact on any group in society are only made having involved that group in the making of the decision. Participation is not about consultation, it's about power. The fourth one, and this is a one that was made earlier by Fiona, where she talked about the importance of critical analysis. Too often in our politics, we see a problem, we jump straight away to a solution. We need to insert a huge slice of critical reflection in that process. I'm referencing Paulo Freire there at the end of that. And the final one, a policy for working with youth, is to gender-proof every area. I was pleased to see so many women speakers in this morning's sessions. It was in sharp contrast to yesterday, I think, and I think we need to make a determined effort in youth councils and right across our society to make sure that nothing happens without adequate and equal representation, not just in numbers, but in terms of power also, so that all our work is gender-proofed. I think my time is running out or has run out, so I leave it there, and thank you very much, Ashley.
Thank you kindly, Professor Fleming, for speaking to these concerns about well-being, youth and social transformation. Very helpful. I just would like to address, take a moment to address a question posed by Dr. Iona Mula for both speakers. I'll just read the question and then I can have each of you give a comment if you're available to do so. So the question is, I wonder whether in the processes and frameworks described, there is a role for stakeholders from the private sector. Do you see value in this? Do you think their involvement can be meaningful and helpful without subverting the informed, scholarly, and values-driven agendas for education for democratic citizenship? So I'll leave it to either of you or both to respond to that question.
I'm happy to respond because I have to leave to give a webinar on education for democratic citizenship. So I will have to leave after answering the question. I'm very sorry about that. Personally, I have yes. I'm not excited to have the private sector involved in the processes of education, and because I think that when profit comes into account, I'm not sure that we should be making money from education for democratic citizenship. This is absolutely clear. And so it makes me concerned that what role would private sector have? What would they be their agenda? I guess there is a concern that they might want to sell things or to use young people as a way to better target their future products toward young people. So I would, I have to say that myself, I'm quite skeptical that there is a big role for the private sector in this area without big dangers being occurred or more of a neoliberal agenda happening within citizenship education. So for myself, I would be incredibly cautious about being involved in this area. But this is my personal perspective. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I'm sorry that I have to leave now. Goodbye.
Thank you, Brioni. Thank you very much.
Actually, I would thank you, Brioni. Good to meet you.
Go ahead, Ted, please.
Can I say something,
Yes.
Ashley? Yes. Can I just even say it stronger than that? The economy is part of society, therefore they should be involved. However, the source of a lot of the mess we're in is a result of the economy. Those who hold and own capital and so on, their bottom line is money. Their bottom line is profit. And they're really interested in what can be bought and sold. And they've been part, along with the political system in most countries, they've set up a system now where they've tried to tell us that they're only interested in things that can be bought and sold. And not everything can be bought and sold. And that's the problem, that if that's their priority, then they have had a huge amount of success in subverting the political system to make the political system dance to their tune. And that's why any group organizing in the rest of society has to approach working with the economy with deep suspicion. Their request to be involved is really a false claim. They are already deeply compromised and involved to our cost. So we have to have that level of suspicion and to engage in unraveling the subversive trends that the economy has produced and that undermine our ability to have other values apart from money and profit. Love, affection, care, justice. None of these things can be bought or sold. However, the neoliberal economy will tell us that they can. That's so a deep suspicion.
Thank you, Ted, for that. There's a pretty dynamic chat going along the side of our video conferencing that I'm trying to pick up on, bits and pieces. And I think it's Fergal Finnegan who makes an interesting point about a link to the private sector, which is foundations. And I personally have an awareness of foundations funding work of many research projects on this subject, and many of the projects going on at UNESCO, Gates Foundation, Hewlett Foundation, MasterCard Foundation, the list goes on. So is there anyone interested in commenting on that? Is there special guidelines that we should have in working with them? Definitely a suspicion, or is that slightly different? I leave the floor open maybe to Ted or someone else who'd like to comment.
I'm going to come in if no one speaks. I'm going to come in because I won't speak in the next section of the day. You see, what's going to save us? What's going to save us is democracy. And Habermas was very clear that democracy is basically a process of learning. We have to learn it. It itself is the way we learn. And if we can engage in the kind of critical conversations that are appropriate for a democracy, we will succeed in bringing the economy to democratic accountability. That should be our hope. Otherwise, there's not much point in being engaged in democracy at all. It's just a dead duck. And we will learn a lot about what the economy is like because Donald Trump in America has told us very clearly in the most explicit language that we have heard from any Western leader for many, many decades. He is laying out what the economy is about. And if you like what he's offering, you're going to like what he offers next year and the year after. How do you think someone like Donald Trump will face climate change if this is the way he faces COVID-19? So we have to learn from this. We have to bring our critical intelligence to bear on it, and we have to bring our values where we want to have a society that cares for everybody. Or do we?
Thank you, Ted.
I'm
yes,
being too militant, but I'm speaking from Ireland, and it gives me some little freedom. And I know I have a very good translator today in Michaela, so I know she's capturing the full breadth of what I'm saying. I'm out.
Thank you, Ted. Much appreciated. I think you've laid the groundwork very clearly. Fergal Finnegan also makes an interesting point that in Eastern Europe, a wide range of NGOs and even movements were funded by open society and without, parentheses, despite the conspiracy theories, a great deal of direction. So perhaps in situations where the money is given, there's aligned objectives, and the private sector or the foundation step out, I guess, and leverage the corporate social responsibility aspect of visibility. Perhaps that's their win. And then people get to go on and do good work on behalf of active and global citizenship education.
And George is making a lovely, sorry.
Go ahead.
George is making a lovely point, I think. I come from a university, as he knows well now, which is hugely funded by private donations. So yes, my own college depends to a huge extent on private contributions and huge fees. So yes, there's another side to this as well. Of course there is.
If I may add a point just for 1 second, I think just we should be cautious about funding in general. We should be cautious about power in general. We should be cautious about manipulation in general. Not, we shouldn't label it, coming from the private sector or the public sector. That doesn't really, is not really the issue. Because sometimes funding from the public domain is hiding a lot of manipulation, a lot of indoctrination, a lot of efforts to put labels on something, political labels, sometimes ideological labels, and so on. So I think we should be cautious in general. We live in an era where we have to be careful for almost everything, as Ted very well said. So that's my point only.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that. And I do think kind of looking at the principles that Brioni presented and the talking points that Ted also spoke to on well-being, that those provide guidelines. Those provide guidelines and points for checking, if you will, from a monitoring perspective, whether the operationalization of what we're hoping to do with active and global citizenship education is actually on target with what the original aims were. And using that as a mechanism for learning and kind of keeping the stakeholders aware of what's going on and possibly in check. So without further ado, I'm going to continue on because we have a number of youth representatives to hear from today, which I'm really excited about. So yeah, I open the floor to youth representatives to speak for just 2 to 3 minutes each. I'm sorry that it's so short, but we're doing pretty good on time for the moment. So yeah, the first youth representative I'll introduce is Mr. Christos, my apologies for my pronunciation, Christos Sagaris from the city of Herculean, Greece. Thank you. Are you there, Christos?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. I was trying to make this work.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the floor. Good morning, everybody, dear professors, dear majors, dear colleagues, and dear friends. My name is Christos Sagaris. I'm studying medicine at the University of Crete in Heraklion, and I'm also a youth ambassador of the European Code Against Cancer for Greece. And today I'm going to present the European Code Against Cancer in the context of Heraklion as a learning city. The European Code Against Cancer is a collection of 12 recommendations issued by the World Health Organization that, if applied by everybody, can decrease the individual cancer risk by 50%. This is about exercise, about health nutrition, but also about vaccinations, timely screening, protection from radiation, and so on. And to achieve such an impact at this scale, we realize that this is not only about medicine and public health, this is also about individual citizens taking a step to prevent cancer for themselves and for their own communities. And also it's a part of policy making that will support the individual actions in the frame of collaboration with stakeholders and local authorities. And we need to underline this, and this is one of the reasons this is presented in this youth forum. Overall in Europe, there are 66 youth ambassadors from 36 countries of the European WHO region. We are advocating at the European level, and one of our flagships activities are the manifesto for the members of the European Parliament, but we also have a wide range of activities from academic conference to popularizing science ventures, and we try to bring them at the local level. In my case, the local level is the city of Heraklion, the capital of the Greek island of Crete, with a big population and a vibrant academic and youth community. And you can see the position of Heraklion in the heart in this map. And what can we do, and what are we doing in Heraklion? As you can see in the picture, the municipality offers several infrastructure, including the cultural center, some halls for talks, a municipal youth center, or an event-specific space called Dimoscopio, where we can deliver, and we deliver, ordinary talks, informative presentations and lectures, but also we can deliver workshops in which we give some theoretical background, and after that we invite the participants in a role play where they can devise solutions for the prevention of cancer in their own communities and settings. And this is targeted either to a general audience or it's audience specific. For example, in the municipal youth center, there are activities that engage the youth. In Dimoscopio or in the cultural center, there can be activities that are directed to specific groups, for example, youth workers, students, or individuals that belong to a specific group that is vulnerable in terms of a specific form of cancer, because we are speaking of cancer. What can we do in the future in Heraklion, and this is important, is building a common ground of health literacy for people living in the urban and the rural sub-areas of the municipality. And what we are also exploring right now is the online landscape that we have to use because of the COVID pandemic. In the same note, we can also incorporate the notion of COVID compliant cancer prevention. For example, exercise, which is allowed even in the lockdown, done at a specific manner, can decrease cancer, while we can have problems with screening tests during this period. And at this point, I would like to thank the municipality of Heraklion and especially Mrs. Dimitriou for giving me the floor today. And thank you all for your attention. Ευχαριστώ, and I wish I could pronounce this in Korean as well. And I'm looking forward to your input. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you, Christos. The next youth representative I'd like to introduce is Ms. Martina Olzaka of the city of Gdynia in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. So hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I wanted to tell you about Wymiennikownia, which is the Youth Center of Social Innovation and Design, and it's made by the budgetary unit of Gdynia, of the Social Innovation Laboratory. I wanted to show you a quick presentation about Wymiennikownia and what is this place, because it's easier to show you than to talk about it, I think. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes, it's good. Thank you.
This is the entrance of the Wymiennikownia, as I told you, and everything in this place is made by youth and for youth. So I hope you will enjoy the slideshow. So the main thing is that we have a lot of dancers in Wymiennikownia, and youth needs to move, youth needs to be active, and our youth love to dance. And we have a dance hall, we have breakdance, and other open dance forms. And this is the initiative of the youth in Gdynia and also from Gdańsk, with variety of ages. As you can see, we also have the cadence, and it is really amazing because we started with one group of cadence, and currently we have 5 groups, and it's getting to be more and more. We also have some board games, we have some draws and karate. And this is all that you can see. This is all the needs of the youth. They are coming with their ideas that they want to be part of something. So we are trying to implement this. We also have a huge group of named the Kiro. I don't know if I correctly pronunciate this. So this group is interested by the culture, the Japanese culture, and around 15 people right now with the age of 15 till 20. They are meeting every week and talk about Japanese culture and so on. We also have the improvisation group, and they are learning how to improvisate in their lives. They are trying to input this into their social life, but also this is the safe space for them to experiment and to be active. Also, we are making the events, and as they move them up, it's a huge festival of dancehall. In this year, because of the pandemic, we moved this to the online zone, and we prepared some videos for the participants. And also, we have the underground culture. We have a concerts in our place. And also we are organizing, for example, grills for the end of the vacation. Normally, exhibitions and poetry evening or movie nights. This is something that we really enjoy, and our youth enjoy it as well. Also, as I told you, because we are a youth center of social innovation and design, we are also providing the workshops of design, like for example, the flower chandeliers. In this year, we are putting everything to the online zone, of course, which makes me really proud of our youth because they want to still be active, even though they cannot come in these huge groups as they used to. We also have the culture of graffiti and circus, and we are making a lot of draws in colleges. And as I told you, we are making the festivals as the Gdynia breaks, so still about dancing. We also have the International Children's and Youth Song Festival and the Board Games Festival. And we are providing the workshops for the schools. I wanted to tell you that Vymennikovnia is a great example, which allow us to observe how the space is dedicated to the youth and resulted in creating a special offer. Because our main goal is to give the opportunity for the participants to have a real impact on its functioning, and which means that they decide which activities they want to participate in, and then they are helping us to co-organize them. And it shows us that it is really important to give the opportunity to the youth to act and to share their ideas. So I'm really proud that our space is a safe space for the youth, and the participants can make the friendships for life, but also they are bonding with us workers. And during the pandemic, they are coming to us and talk with us. They were emailing us, and we are trying to give them this safe space, not only in real life, but also we are trying to input this safe space to the internet that, as we know, it's not always the safe place to be. So it's great for me to be worker of this youth center. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Thank you, Martina. A round of applause, much appreciated. I have a few questions actually, but we'll save it to the end. So I'm going to introduce the next youth representative, Ms. Stella Selepi of the municipality of Volvi, Greece. Over to you. Is Stella there? I don't see Stella as a participant. Does anyone else? I'm wondering if perhaps we should move to the next one, and maybe we can come back to her if she's on. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to take part in the conference, so I think you can move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next one would be Mr. Dimitrios Alexandros Ladopoulos of City of Larissa, Greece.
Thank you so much, Ashley. So
Thank you.
let me just share our screen, because always visual is always easier. It's a really small slide, only 4 slides. So I hope that I will maintain the 2-3 minutes that you'll need. So first of all, I would like to express I am representing the Municipal Youth Council. It's a very honor to be representing, and I would like to express the Council's gratitude on participating on this great opportunity, and especially the municipality of Larissa and the city of Korea. So the first thing that we would like to share very few information in terms of the regulations that this youth council was built on. So we have 3 administrative bodies, as you can see. It's the plenary session, it's an independent organizing committee, which is supportive to the whole procedure. We have the Bureau of the Municipal Council, and as we will see later, we have the 7 different committees where our members work for designing actions. As you can see, all our actions, all our initiatives are in close contact and in cooperation with the municipality of Larissa and with the Department of Support of Political Bodies. Our participants are aged between 17 to 30 years old, and they come from 3 different fields. We can say they are representatives of organizations, collectives, youth groups, and initiations that are working at a local level, and they at least have 15 participants, which is something very important for the dissemination of our work. We also have a representative from each political group, and we also have representatives of young citizens of the city, which is 1/3 of the sum of the 2 above categories who were randomly chosen. For the smooth and effective design, organization and implementation of our actions and what we want to achieve throughout the year is that we have divided into 7 different committees, as you can see, covering different aspects: climate, environment, democracy, education, development and innovation, sustainable urban mobility and interconnection, or health welfare. Each committee, based on democratic values, acts independently with its own coordinator and deputy coordinator, and it's planning actions where they bring it for a vote during our meetings as a youth council. And I think that the committees was based on and was designed by embracing good practices, both from national level, from other youth councils, or from a European level, from the Council of Europe. I would like to share in very few details, because I know we're very short in time, our timeline and our goals. And I'm pretty sure that we will have the panel to discuss further. So if we can say, if this is the correct term, we are a very young youth council. We're only 2 months old. So the first 2 months, what we had to do is to divide the bureaucratic work and set the committees and start working. We have developed a short-term timeline plan and a long-term, understanding the needs of the COVID-19 crisis. And our main goals is to familiarize young people with the decision-making process, especially at a local level, to contribute to the creation of a strategic plan for the next ones, and also to design, organize, and implement actions and initiatives that will support social justice. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion that we'll have later on.
Thank you very much, Demetrius. Much appreciated. I'll keep moving on to the next youth representative. I have this person as Mr. Makis Barbonis of the city of Thessaloniki in Greece.
I think also he's not going to take part in the conference.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is someone here on his behalf, or shall I continue?
I think no. You can continue.
Okay. I'll continue. Okay. So then I have Miss Patricia, forgive my pronunciation, Ditchenian of the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Sorry for the for the pronunciation. Welcome.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't worry about it. Even though I'm Brazilian, I have this Armenian background. I'm from Armenian family in Brazil. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this fruitful opportunity and this discussion. I'm speaking on behalf of the municipality of São Paulo. And so as I work as the coordinator in the Office of the Secretariat for Human Rights and Citizenship of the city of São Paulo. So first of all, São Paulo is it's almost, the city of São Paulo is almost a country, since we have over 12 million inhabitants living there. And among those 12 million, we have over 3 million children and adolescents living in the city. So we are basically, just when you consider just the youth, we have the size of some European countries, right? Just in the city, just with this age perspective. And we have a lot of challenges in São Paulo, and in the past few years, we've been fostering different forms of cooperation with private sector. I know it was a huge discussion before, but also with other stakeholders and others, even with academia, with other kinds of partnerships in order to implement public policies for our youth population. So I would like just to, I didn't prepare a PPT presentation since we had only 2-3 minutes, but I regret it. But we have at least 3 important projects that we've been undertaking in the past years that I think it's in the past year, actually, in the past 12 months that I wanted to underscore. First of all is work scholarship. So it's a program that aims at training young people in diverse areas such as digital, manufacturing, entrepreneurship, labor market, human rights and citizenship in the municipal facilities. When we created this project, it was mainly thinking about, in order to guarantee social inclusion and human rights, we realized that our youth need to access labor inclusion in the city. So we have currently 15% of an employment rate in São Paulo, and in this employment rate, we have over 25% in the youth sector. So we realized that unemployment is a main problem and a main challenge that we have to address as public policymakers. So the Work Scholarship is a project that aims specifically at trying to create solutions and empower their autonomy in this area. And we also offer aid grant of around $100 to ensure the permanence of young people used mainly with transportation and food. So every semester, we train 100 underprivileged and unemployed students aged from 18 to 20 years old fostering autonomy, social and labor insertion. And since COVID-19 pandemic, all classes are being held remotely, but we try to ensure a partnership with them and with other potential companies and people that can actually employ them in the long haul. Other program that I wanted to highlight today is our youth ambassadors. So I think it's really interesting because it's a partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. And São Paulo, I think, is the 5th or 4th city in Brazil to be part of this program. So we launched it in February 2020. And we selected 25 young people aged 18 to 24 years, representing racial minorities, including indigenous people in São Paulo, and also considering a gender-balanced LGBTQI approach. I know that 25 people, young people, are not enough when I just considered 3 million people here in São Paulo. But those 25 young people that we selected, we selected considering this gender and LGBTQ approach, but also and racial minorities, but also because we wanted them to be multipliers. We want to empower them, and every one among those 25, they come from the 5 macro regions, boroughs of São Paulo. So in each of those regions, we want them, actually, we're training them to be the multipliers, not only of social rights and human rights, but also the SDGs and other important issues concerning the 2030 agenda. So we want them to actually be multipliers and actually empower their own communities in the different spaces in São Paulo, especially considering the outskirts. I don't know if I have a lot of time to talk about other initiatives. We have a lot of different initiatives going on this year, especially concerning also police brutality and how to address this issue concerning our youth and our racial minorities, considering those places of expression here in Latin America. We have a lot of places that we call baile funk. So that's places where the youth, especially in the outskirts, they express themselves, and we don't want to marginalize the culture in different parts of the city, but also empower them. And in this area, we try as public servers to train with human rights approach, not only our public servers that work in the public schools, in the health facilities, but also the police agents as well, to see the youth not as a threat, but also as subjects of rights and that are expressing themselves and their relationship with the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Much appreciated. Thank you, Patricia. Our next youth representative is Mr. Marcos Marco from the municipality of Pagio in Greece. Thank you. We can't hear you, Marcos. I don't know. It looks like your microphone is active. The mute is off, but we can't seem to hear you. I see your mouth moving, but I don't hear anything.
Now?
Yes, good.
Good. Well, I prepare a short presentation, 1 minute to share it. You can see it? No. Yes. Ωραία. My name is Marcos Markou, and I'm the president of the Municipal Youth Council of the Municipality of Pageo. Pageo is located in the administrative region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, and is one of the largest and diverse municipal units of Greece, with approximately 33,000 residents. They say that in order for the land to prosper and thrive, one should look back in history. To that, we would like to incorporate taking into account the youth. What the youth needs are the appropriate tools, the time, the place, and the required respect to act fearlessly and uninterruptedly. The spontaneity and the fresh ideas of the younger generation, in accordance with experience and guidance of the older one, and the union of the unique viewpoints of both generations, could give us remarkable results. The municipalities that have given voice to their youth have already paved the way to a promising future ahead of them. During the challenging times we are going through and in the midst of a worldwide pandemic, our municipality has succeeded in staying original and innovative. Last June, our mayor, Mr. Anastasiadis, took the initiative and formed the Municipal Youth Council, which gave us the opportunity to actively participate in the Administrative Council of the municipality. Due to the pandemic, our meetings were carried out through online sessions. To begin with, we are trying to organize the procedures of the Council and network with other youth organizations. More specifically, we have started the process of twinning with the corresponding Youth Council of the Antony Commune in France. Also, we create a blog where all people can see our actions and communicate with us. In this effort to reinforce the youth, the municipality of Pageo has been named the European City of Sport for 2019. Within this framework, it has developed modern sports constructions and provides young people who prepare for the tertiary level of education with free of charge mass sports programs. It organizes various educational conferences, voluntary activities, while at the same time focusing on the cultural prominence of the area. Within the secure and healthy environment, our municipality provides us with what was missing was an opportunity for the youth. There is still a lot of work to be done, but the most important thing at the moment is communicating with each other, collaborating, and taking action. I want to thank the organizers who gave us the opportunity to participate and speak in this conference. Also, I would like to invite you in Pageo when things get better. Thank you.
To Mr. Alexandros Kazakos of the municipality of Pinio.
Yeah, that's correct. Hello, everyone. My name is Kazakos Alexandros, as you can see. I'm coming from Western Greece, from the municipality of Pinios, which is located in the broader area regarded as the birthplace of the Olympic Games. I'm a European law student at Maastricht University in the Netherlands, and one of the persons asked to organize the City Youth Council in my municipality in Greece. That shall be the first initiative that the municipality takes to promote the participation of young people in the decision-making process on a local level. And so far, the City Youth Council is not functioning yet, but so far I've come in contact with all the presidents of the City Youth Councils in Greece, including Mr. Marcos Markou and two of the speakers which were not able to be here with us today. And we've created an informal group through which we are trying to exchange good practices and experiences and promote the, if you want, the idea of city youth councils around Greece. We consider the young people that we are participating in this endeavor, we consider it as a significant step which will allow us, which will give us the opportunity to talk about the issues in our area for which no one speaks about. And firstly, through this initiative, we would like to organize activities such as the Model City Council, through which we will give the opportunity to younger generations to discover how a city council actually operates and activate them in that sense. Secondly, we would like to take action through more informative events about racism, sexism, homophobia, yeah, and others, climate change, for example. And lastly, our aim is to give a different perspective regarding how we deem our area should be, by pointing out the lack of infrastructure and organization when it comes to the different, governance levels. The biggest problem that we face at the moment is that a big part of the youth is kind of indifferent to participate in this kind of endeavor, because they are kind of skeptical towards public endeavors in general. And yeah, as such, I'm thrilled to be part of this conference. I'm looking forward to its conclusions, and I think it will also help us to get an experience from other people's experiences. Yeah, and I think there are a lot of things that I said during this meeting that I'll have to reflect upon. Yeah, thank you very much, and I'll give the rest of my time back to Ashley.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Alexandros. A round of applause. So yeah, thank you to all the youth representatives for sharing their perspectives and experiences on democracy and citizenship education. And for the sake of time, I think I'll go ahead and just summarize a few points already made by the keynote speakers, and then we can segue into just maybe one question. We have about 3 minutes left until 2. So we've heard from the keynote speakers what needs to happen in terms of improving political engagement with youth and why a concern for theirs and others' well-being is a key part of assuring movement towards the positive transformation called for in SDG 4.7. We have also heard about what youth representatives are doing around the world in specific places to promote active and global citizenship activities through kind of learning in the widest sense and how this is making an impact. So I think a main question that I have, and maybe this is useful for everyone, is to the youth representatives, whether they feel heard by their cities and municipalities, and what more can these places do to incentivize and to motivate inclusive processes to promote real change that supports more voices and therefore the promise of more benefits for all. What kind of policies support your work? What kind of funding opportunities? What kind of governance mechanisms and mainstreaming opportunities? Feel free to, is there anyone interested? I guess you could put your finger up. Go ahead, Dimitrios.
So I'm not so sure how much time we can discuss about all this, dear Ashley, but I will try, to give, the first step is always the most difficult one. And I think that the municipality of Larissa gave us the first step, and they say that 50% is always the first step, and it's the most difficult one. So in order to build this youth municipal, I mean, the municipality of Larissa have created several actions, which is panel discussion between local organization initiations and young citizens. So all these people came together and they shared their opinion and their know-how, and they exchanged, and they formed this group of the Youth Council. And we also did several workshops on July, and which allowed us, to be educated on the active citizenship part. And we also have the opportunity to participate in such initiations as this online conference, giving roles to all our members. So basically, the first step is the municipality itself, which gave us the opportunity, the space, and the time to gain knowledge, to learn new things, to develop skills and competencies, but also to adopt a positive attitude towards lifelong learning. So basically, I think that the most important thing we should highlight is that it gave us a space where we can be heard, a space where we can become these carriers of this social change. And I think that this is something very important.
Thank you very much, Dimitrios. Any other comments about the kinds of support provided by the cities and municipalities? Go ahead, Alexandros.
Yeah, I would say the thought about creating this City Youth Council is a way of including young people in the decision-making process and in the conversation of how our area would be. But in general, I would say that as a young person, the issue that I face a lot when it comes to organizing this endeavor is that there are a lot of different views between young people and older people. And this sometimes creates problems because young people tend to have like more progressive views on issues, and older people, not always, but at least in my region, they tend to have more conservative views, and that's something that we also try to take into account. But I think the fact that they are trying to include us into the conversation, it's a very good thing.
Thank you, Alexandros. May I ask a follow-up question, and then I think we have to end. It's just, are there any sort of systematic approaches or mechanisms that you use to relate to people generally who may have a different viewpoint or come from a more traditional perspective? What reference points do you have for being able to have that conversation?
What do you mean exactly? I'm not sure I get the question.
Okay. I think just we're looking for like broader scale guidelines and approaches and ways to try to help exactly this problem, which is crossing the divide between different kinds of people, different kinds of perspectives. And I think this is probably where education for global and active citizenship comes in, looking to those pedagogies to try to fill the gap. So just curious if there's any experiences or examples.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that there's one common experience. I would say that it differs from region to region and from area to area. But from my own perspective, I would say that if you speak rationally and you demand to be heard in a good sense, though, politely, then eventually you will be heard. But that's not something that all young people will do because they're kind of tired of this kind of conversation, explaining themselves over and over again about something that for us looks pretty rational. For example, talking about sexism or racism or homophobia or climate change, for us it's something pretty basic, while for someone else it's not that basic, and you have to explain why this is an issue which should be addressed. So yeah, I think by explaining everything, and that's the hardest thing to do. And thank you for your question.
Can I comment? Sorry, from Sao Paulo, sorry.
Thank you. I agree to disagree in the sense that it's hard to, at least in Sao Paulo, we have so many different, of course, the new generation is more open-minded, more progressive in general terms. But I'll say that there are challenges, at least in Sao Paulo, they are so different from people with my white skin color. Well, in Europe, in America, I think I'm Hispanic, but in Brazil, I'm white. And from people from dark brown skin, indigenous people, transgender youth, it is still, we have a different challenges, and we have different, we experiment the city, at least in Sao Paulo, which is a country, as I said, in a different form. So for me, even though we have to, sometimes a guy that lives in a slum, and we have so many slums in Sao Paulo as well, he has to explain to people like me that lives in the center, the heart of Sao Paulo, things that sometimes are not obvious for me, even though I definitely understand and I work with them and I engage with them, it's different. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that even though they have more progressive when it comes to a discussion with more like a vertical relationship, vertical in terms of age, and explaining to other generations, to the boomers, let's say these terms, but when it comes even to people ranging from 18 to 29 years old, at least in Sao Paulo, because of the social inequalities and the territorial segregation inside the city, we have so different ways of thinking and so many challenges that sometimes I see a lot of when I read the the mainstream media talking about challenges because of COVID-19 in São Paulo, because the white girl living in the upscale neighborhood, she has a problem concentrating to watch all the classes online, whereas I teach people in the slums in São Paulo with the project that I keep going with my university, the university that I was graduated from, University of São Paulo, and I had like 140 students. They are like preparing themselves for to go to the public universities, and we started the year with 140 students. Now I have 20 in my class. So because they don't have access to iPhones, so what I'm trying to say is that at least in São Paulo, there's so many youth and so many perspectives, and even though they are they can be more progressive, they all think less conservative, but we also have so many evangelicals, for instance, and we have to respect them as well. And they are all over Islam, for instance, and in more simple neighborhoods. So it's hard for me to guess when it comes to all the multitude of youth, at least in São Paulo. But we try, at least as municipality, we try to encourage them and give them jobs, opportunities, and especially training, and to train their capacities, to train not only their capacities when it comes to entrepreneurial skills and English classes. We have like 2% of our youth that speaks English. It's nothing. It's nothing. And then we know that because in Brazil, we don't have a lot of people that speak English in Brazil. And because we are always like a kind of a continent isolated, but this is another discussion. But now, even though we try to give them access to those kind of tools that are key for them to prosper in their lives, we still see so many challenges of giving them this kind of a self-esteem, to say that you can engage, you can empower, you can be part of the process of creating the city that you want, and we respect your neighborhood, even though we respect what you bring to the city as constructing these multitudes of cities inside São Paulo, in order to create more empathy, in order to create more unity in the city. I'm sorry for talking too much of having so many ideas.
You're getting to the heart of the matter and the level of complexity, basically, in dealing with so many different people from so many different backgrounds just in one place. So thank you very much, Patricia. We are a little bit over our time period, but I see that the next session doesn't start until 2:30. Ted, do you want to say something within 60 seconds or so? Do you want to go ahead and say your point?
I was going to address that problem about speaking to older people. I think it's one of the most exciting things for an older person to meet the excitement, the energy, the health, the high level of education, the high imagination of young people. And the other side of that is, if young people are in a hurry, it is urgent and it is difficult to change older people. But that's what education is about. It's about doing your teaching every day, starting every day, starting new every day. And it's not going to get any different as you get older. It's always going to be difficult to cope with the other, whoever is on the other side, whoever does not match your ideas. And the challenge for young people, it seems to me, is to learn now how to engage other people. Like, older people are not your enemy. You do have enemies, but older people are not your enemy. They are the people who provided you with whatever you have. They also provide you with the problems you have. But becoming a teacher of older people in a youth council or in a municipality is a lovely challenge that I would love to have now, but I'm too old to start again.
Can you hear me okay? My internet froze, I think. Thank you, Ted, very much for that closing remark. I think that's a really important point. And so just to go ahead and close up, thank you so much for everyone who participated actively, the youth representatives, Professor Ted Fleming, our keynote speaker, as well as Professor Brioni Hoskins, who had to leave. And I've really enjoyed this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ashley Stepanek. It's a lovely time. And closing statement just started right now. And we have Mr. Vardas Kotera from UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning. Mr. Vardas Kotera, can you hear me?
Sorry, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Very good. Well, dear participants, dear colleagues, dear friends, we are clearly approaching to the end of what has been a highly enriched today's exchange of how citizenship can be strengthened at local level. We had a very rich session just right now. Thank you, Ashley, for bringing all these valuable inputs from the youth. I think it was quite exciting. I would like now to invite representatives of the two coordinating cities from Yeonsu and from Larissa for their closing remarks. And we will now see the video message of Mr. Nam Sok Ko, Mayor of Yeonsu.
It is my proposal.
Μόλις θα συνδέσουμε μόνο.
Well, I think it's taking some time for preparing the video. What I suggest is that we could better invite Mr. Dimitris Deligiannis, the chairman of the Larissa City Council, and Mr. Sotiris Bulgaris, the deputy mayor of social policy and lifelong learning in Larissa, for their statement, and then we come back to present the mayor. So the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Very well.
Okay. Dear Raoul, yesterday Ted Fleming sent me a message for congratulations about this conference. I told him that this is a learning conference. That means that our colleagues had the possibility to communicate with people from all over the world. They worked close with employees from Yeonsu, our Yeonsu, with people working in UNESCO's Lifelong Learning Institute. Now, all together, we feel more confident to use new technologies, online platforms, social media. Apart from that, we feel, they feel, our colleagues, proud of themselves and ready to try something challenging again. Before, I think 2 months, Mr. Kalogiannis, our mayor, wrote to Mr. Atsoarena the president of the Institute of Lifelong Learning, and he expressed his disappointment and sadness for the decision to change the status of a unique monument of the world's cultural heritage, Hagia Sophia. Now we think that we are we think that we are more that we have hope. We have hope how we can build a global community that cooperate, that has active citizens. This is a big responsibility about the next generations. We had the opportunity to speak about this, to speak about democracy, about human rights, to have a dialogue with youth people, with people, and of course we have to see next steps. Thank you very much for the great job that you have done, Christian, Edith, our colleagues from Korea, and all speakers, moderators, youth representatives, and of course our colleagues. Stavroula is not here, but also Nikki and Vicky. I think that it was a very good lesson for all of us. Thank you, Raoul. About for the opportunity of UNESCO. It was a very big support.
Our pleasure, Dimitris. Thank you.
Συνέχεια σε αυτά που είπε ο Δημήτρης. Καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσουμε πάρα πολύ αγαπητέ Ραούλ την UNESCO, την πόλη Yeonsu της Κορέας.
In these 2 days, I think we've been very close. All the people, all the key speakers, Ted Fleming, and all, of course, the representatives, the youth representatives from Brazil, all right, from Poland, through these representations, that we talked about democracy, about education. We managed to have a lot of information about active citizenship in a democratic city and era, and education is very important. All these valuable tools through this digital era that we live in. I would like to thank all the coordinators of this conference that participated. All the presentations were very important. We talked about equality, giving and providing hopeful messages. So our society will have a continuation about environment, to diversity, that's very important, and the way we should respect other people. And all this, we have the hope that we could build a better world, and we can have a better future. So as I have started, I would like to close that the phrase that Pericles mentions, and from Thucydides' policy, you know, Greeks, we have a long history from ancient Greece, and we're trying to be taught, and we try to transfer all our ideas. So 30 BC.
Ένιτε της αυτής οικείου, άμα και πολιτικών επιμέλεια και εταίρες προσέργα, τετραμένης τα πολιτικά μη ενδιώς γνώμη. Μόνοι γάτο των τεμιδέν το δεχτεύστα.
He's talking in ancient Greek, I'm afraid. He will explain.
Και οι αυτοί, ήδη κρίνουμε ή εθνούμεθα ορθώς τα πράγματα, όπερα αυτό σημαίνει ότι
So Greeks say that we should pay attention not only our own matters, but also the matters of our society. So each person should have a different opinion, and we should always pay attention not only to our own issues, but also to the issues of our community, to the issues of our society. And under these thoughts, we should study all the perspectives of our city. So this is what makes an active citizenship. So let's be active citizens to action, and in order to be able to contribute, all the best. I would like UNESCO that they made us a learning city, and all the best for the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vogaris. Thank you for all your support to the conference. Thanks a lot. And I would like to give then the opportunity for Mr. Nam-sok Ko, Mayor of Yeonsu, to present his message through the video.
It is my profound honor to be here. I'm Nam-sok Ko, Mayor of Yeonsu, Republic of Korea. We are delighted to have successfully had international online conference of UNESCO. GNLC cluster on citizenship education. I hope everyone at the conference felt the need to strengthen citizenship education and explore new opportunities for the post-corona era. The struggle with the pandemic, which has been waged by countries, has clearly shown that no country can overcome the crisis by itself and without consideration for its neighborhood. We had confirmed how closely the world is connected due to the COVID-19, and eventually humanity will have to go to the era of solidarity and cooperation. We must ensure my safety and sustainable development with my neighbors and cooperate beyond prejudice and hatred in consideration of each other's situation. While we prepare for the future, we must also change the day we live in. Each and every little action will accumulate and come together to free our today. Yeonsu will continue to share its development experiences with cities and actively participate in the global cities. Efforts to achieve the sustainable development goals. Finally, in order to prepare for this two-day international conference, UIL, Larissa, and Yeonsu had a challenging and enjoyable experience for online meetings and communication through network without space constraints. Mr. David Achorana, Director of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning and team of Lifelong Learning Policies and Strategies Program. Ms. Christiana Winter, a technical partner from UNESCO. Mr. Apostolos Karolianis, Mayor of Larissa, Greece. Mr. Dimitris Delianis, Chairman of the City Council of Larissa and lifelong education team of Larissa, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for sharing this special experience. Once again, we wish everyone's cooperation and success along with overcoming this challenging time. It's been a great time to be together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the inspiring words of the mayor of Yeonsu. And really thank to both cities, Yeonsu and Larissa, who did a fantastic job in preparing this conference. It is certainly challenging to organize an international conference in these times. And I really congratulate you for achieving such good outcome and a smooth process. Big applause to you both.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
We had excellent experts from the academia. We had highly renowned in their fields of research, and it was a true pleasure to follow their inspiring and interesting presentations. Cities from the cluster shared with us experiences from their local context, giving us a good understanding of the many different ways which citizenship education can be implemented at the city level. During these 2 days, it became very clear that citizenship education has many facets, that is linked to many different social issues from environmental sustainability, human rights, and democracy, to challenge related to digital revolution and to the need of media education and information resilience. The role of NGOs in promoting and implementing citizenship education was discussed. Being close to people's lives and needs, their roles are certainly highly relevant. The importance of citizenship education was also raised within the current context of a pandemic faced by the global community. Clearly, vulnerable groups have been suffering the most of the ongoing crisis and therefore need to receive particular attention in actions taken. We learn that there are many citizenships, active, global, and local, which express an importance of linking global issues to local context, of creating an awareness of belonging to a global community, while at the same time responding to the needs of citizenship within their specific local context. Therefore, embedding citizenship education within local cultures and traditional is vital for ensuring its relevance and acceptance by local people. It became clear that citizenship education concerns all members of society, and that in particular, youth groups need to be engaged actively to shape this process. We have heard very inspiring examples of youth initiatives during the Youth Forum, and also some of the presenting cities showed that young people can drive citizenship education. I would like to thank once more the cities of Larissa and Yeonsu, the mayors and local representatives, all keynote speakers, all presenters from the citizenship education cluster, and all youth representatives for the valuable contribution. Linking these different perspectives was certainly a highly enriched experience, and from the side of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning and the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities, we look forward to continuing this important work with the cluster members during next year and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ardascotera. It's been a really great time. And well, our relationship is going on. This conference is over now. And well, I hope you all well. And well, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you over that. And well, I'd like to introduce my team and my director. So thank you for. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Have a
Thank you very much.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Be safe.
Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you. Όλγα, ευχαριστούμε. Όλους ευχαριστούμε.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε. Γεροί, να προσέχουμε όλοι.
Καλή συνέχεια σε όλους. Να είμαστε όλοι καλά.
Μπράβο, μπράβο, μπράβο.
Μπράβο σε όλους.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Bye.